Her smile shines as bright as the stars at night. Her heart is as kind as can be. She has the patience of a saint, but if you push her, oh Lordy. A straight talker is Smiley. She's the salt of the earth. Make no mistake, she matters. Catch Smiley's story on a live stream. Oh boy, that girl can matter. Go Smiley. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. Missing posters and stories of heartache and fear. She tells us all of the heartbreaking tears. She can sniff out the guilty from a mile away. If Smiley's on the case, then she's here to stay. She cares about these missing children. She cares deeply about them all. She speaks the truth with integrity. For the truth, she will seek it all. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. Smiley's questions are like a heat-seeking missile. She's going straight for the bullseye. Don't ever believe you can fool her. She's too wise, man, she won't comply. She values freedom like the 4th of July. She values respect even more. If you want to earn a place at Smiley's table, watch the clock, it takes time for sure. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. If you break her trust, you're done for. Trust don't grow back like grass. So don't give Smiley a reason to doubt you, or that friendship will shatter like glass. She's a damn good woman, that much we know. She puts in the hours to bring them kids home. If your child is missing, you want Smiley on the case. She is always willing and she gives so much grace. She's our Smiley, alright. She's our Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. If you're guilty, you better feel fear.
Well, hey everybody! Welcome to Smiley Stories World! Whether you've been here from the very beginning or today is your very first visit, I want to say thank you for being here. Come on in, grab your favorite drink, get comfortable. Because around here we believe in truth, respect, and a little bit of Smiley. This is more than a YouTube channel. This is family. Every day's another journey, another story yet to tell. Through the highs and through the heartache, we walk this road so well. We're chasing hope with open hearts, searching one step at a time. When we stand together, even the darkest days can shine. You're more than just a username, you're more than just a face. You're part of something special, a warm and welcoming place. Take my hand, don't lose hope. Keep us stand, and love carries us through it all. Different thoughts, different stories, different roads we've known, but respect builds understanding, and this place feels just like home. One smile can change a moment, one prayer can change a day, one caring heart can make a difference in the biggest kind of way. Lift each other, share some hope, love a little louder, help each other cope. Truth, respect, and a little bit of smiling. Let your light shine bright. Smiles all around, we'll find out together through the night. Hey, truth, respect, and a little bit of smiling. Hope will lead the way. Together we are stronger every single day. Now I want to say something that's very important to every one of my moderators. Thank you. Thank you for helping make this community welcoming, for treating people with kindness, for watching over our little corner of YouTube. I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. To every subscriber, thank you for every view, every thumbs up, every comment, every share, every prayer, every encouraging message. You have helped build something beautiful. To every supporter, to every friend, to everyone who's believed in Smiley Stories world, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I truly couldn't do this without you. This isn't just my journey, it's our journey. Truth, respect, and a little bit of smiling. Come on, everybody, sing. Truth, respect, and a little bit of smiling. Smiles all around, we'll find out. One heart, one family. Truth, respect, and a little bit of smiling. Never giving up, always showing kindness, always choosing love. To the naysayers, smile around and find out. Because we don't hear you, we stand for truth, honest respect, and a little bit of smiley. That is what makes us smile over here.
I no longer see you. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Let's play Summer Song real quick.
June 15th, Tennessee, Ben Hill Road still calls to me. Little barefoot angel child, blue-eyed smile and spirit wild. 5 years old with golden hair, love and laughter everywhere. Purple dresses swinging high, twirling circles in the summer sky. Oh, summer moon, Utah wells, your story still hurts like hell. No footprints left, no goodbye, just questions underneath these Tennessee skies. And sweet girl, wherever you are, you still shine like a northern star. The world still whispers your name, and not a soul has forgot your face. Thousands searched those hills and trees, church bells rang through Tennessee. TBI and FBI, still no answer, still asking why. Time kept moving, years rolled by, but some wounds never say goodbye. 22 it says, and silence remains. Still people cry when they speak your name. Oh, summer moon, Utah wells, your story still hurts like hell. No footprints left, no goodbye, just questions underneath these Tennessee skies. And sweet girl, wherever you are, you still shine like a northern star. The world still whispers never came. But little girl, you matter, you still matter. And somewhere beyond all this pain, I believe you dance again. Oh, summer moon, Utah wells, heaven still remembers well. A little girl with love inside, whose light this world could never hide. And sweet child, if angels sing, I hope they sing your favorite things. Purple sunsets, summer rain, and puppies running through the hills again. Purple in the sky tonight, hold her close, Lord, through the night. And as long as this old world turns on, summer moon, you'll never be gone. You always have a place in Smiley's heart, and in the world's heart too. We will never stop remembering you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are across this world. Join us anywhere and everywhere on replay, here now. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm Smiley, and as always, I'm grateful you've chosen to spend a little bit of your time here with me today. I want to say hello to everybody. Tennessee Twister, thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. BJ, hello, hello. Beautiful Janice, hello. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate BJ. I appreciate all my mods, my subscribers. I had to revise my song because I want y'all to know how much I appreciate you. I really do. I don't say it enough, but each and every one of you really mean the world to me. And I just don't say it enough. There's just not enough time in the day. But don't ever think you go unnoticed. I was over in Mob Crew last night. He did a great job going over Seth's interview. And I don't get enough time to go over. I don't get enough time to go in a lot of people's. I just don't have enough time in a day. I have, I have my life. What little that is. But a lot of people don't understand. And for me, that's not good with the computer. Hi, Kimberly. Thank you for being here. And that has to do research and has to answer emails, which sometimes it takes me forever and a day to do that, and all these things. I just, and I have my kids, my grandkids, and sometimes I don't see them as much as I like to. Phone calls, bills, everyday real life. Hey, eyes only. And you just don't understand. I mean, I guess you do, but a lot of people's got more time for drama and stuff. But anyway, let me get back. I'm trying my best. But anyway, hey, James, thank you for the jewels, honey. Thank you. Thank you for the silver star. Thank you. But anyway, I want you all to know that I appreciate you. I love you. So anyway, I revised the song, and I hope you can feel my heart, because I do have a heart. Although sometimes y'all get things it makes you wonder. Again, I say that's that Gemini in me, honey. Sometimes that Gemini shows more in. I'm just going to go ahead and ban you. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But anyway, sometimes I get more, that Gemini comes out a little bit more in some people, I guess. That's what I think. But anyway, we're doing a little bit better over here, a little bit better each day. Okay. So, oh, thank you, Hillbilly. Thank you. I appreciate you. So anyway, I'm Smiley, and I'm grateful for you all. If you're new here, welcome. If you're not, you're still welcome. Thank you for being here with me. Before we get started, I want to welcome you to have respectful discussions about all of these true crimes, missing persons, current events, anything that I come up with that I choose to do. I do it sometimes just on the spur of the moment. And I hope you will subscribe to get notifications, do the thumbs up, do all the things, and help our community grow together. Today's live is going to be about a review and discussion of the latest that was dropped this morning, that I could tell was dropped this morning, of the Hatfield and McCoy Museum Adventures with Fred and Sheila. It's titled Do the Right Thing. And this is not intended to harass or target anyone. That's not my goal. Again, I've went over this, and I feel they are great people, but I feel they've been snowed. I'm not quite sure to say what their intentions are, or were. I'm still kind of unsure, but it's okay. Nobody has to agree with me. It's fine. But I had to stop. I had to stop again. I get a little bit too emotional with all of these cases, unfortunately. I'm just human. I'm a human being, just like y'all. I never come here as a YouTube creator, or I'm not a journalist or a professional. I'm just a person, just like anybody on the outside looking in, okay? So it is what it is. But I do have a little common sense, whether some of y'all believe that or not. Sometimes I find it a little bit hard to believe myself. But we are going to break this down Smiley style, okay? And you are welcome to your respectful thoughts and opinions. But I had to stop it 4 minutes into it, and I said, "Oh no, honey. Oh no, honey. We gonna look, you got to go over this with your people." So after 4 minutes, a little bit over 4 minutes of it, I don't know what it said, and I don't really know what I'm going to be reviewing. But when it started talking about Sebastian and Chris, and they, in my opinion, started backtracking a little bit, and whoo, honey, I said, Lord, let me wake up a little bit, hitting my face. Let me have some more coffee. I don't know if I'm any good at these reviews or not, but we gonna review this. I said, Lord, please, honey, let me just review this in the real Smiley time, okay? And I do want my mods to drop their channel, because see, I seem to remember they did and I don't know if Chris knew they were recording or not. Maybe he did. I don't want to give any false information out, but I do remember that they spoke with Chris. So we'll get into that another time. Let's just go ahead and review this content. So we'll get through it together, Lord. I can only look, this is probably going to be a long live. Y'all protect your hearts. You can come in and out. Nothing's required. I don't, and I know I make it longer. I'm not intending to. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. And as always, let's remember they are real people too. Everybody is real people. Candace and Don is real people. Emotions run deep. We're all real people. We can agree to disagree, but just be respectful. You'll quickly learn what this channel stands for: truth, respect, and a little bit of smiley. That's going to be my new motto. And those aren't just words, it's foundation of this community. We look at the facts, we ask the questions. Sometimes there's questions I ask that, honey, no, y'all's jaws drop, and that's okay. But above everything else, we don't never lose sight of the human beings. That's the center of all of these stories. And in this story right here, it's Summer Moon Utah Well. So grab your coffee, grab your coats, grab your little bit strongers if you have to. Just let's take a thoughtful look at today's video together. And I'll pause throughout. I'll share my opinions. You can share your opinions. We can discuss it. You know, thank you for being here. Thank you to all of my amazing moderators. Thank you to this community. Thank you to my members, my subscribers. I truly could not do this without you. Now, let's get on with it, honey. Let's get on with it. Just say, Smiley, shut up, okay? Let's get on with it. All right, let's see. I'll share my screen here. I'll share my screen. This is titled, Do the Right Thing. Do the Right Thing. You're welcome, the real sisters in crime. And let's see if I can go back a little bit more. Let's see.
They were short. They sent us pictures, and Sheila and I looked at it. We were.
Let me go back a little bit because I don't. Let me get by the music.
We started to back off the
Yeah.
Summer Wells case. There's so much controversy, so much. I don't know. I think that's why we never started on the Summer Wells case in the first place.
Yes.
It's because there was so much controversy and
Right.
all that.
Yeah.
We're not quitters. Sheila and I are a lot of things. Quitters aren't one of them.
Mm-mm.
We just got off the phone with a police department here in the United States. A lady had called us yesterday, and that's what we're hoping for. That's what we, again, like I told the officer, or we did, maybe nothing to it. There's been many times where people has checked things out and nothing to it. And then other times where you thought it would be nothing and turns out to be it.
Yeah.
Lady had contacted us about something suspicious. I won't go into it yet because this video, I want to give them time to check it out before we post this video. So this video won't be posted for another day or two.
Right.
But should be on videotape, hopefully, and so forth. She thinks that she may have spotted Summer Wells. Now, we had a call like that years ago on Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
And we called
Chris.
Chris, thank you.
Sorry.
Chris
Proudfoot.
Proudfoot.
That's why I didn't know their name. Sorry, guys.
You got it. We got it now, guys.
We're on the right track.
We get it. Getting old. We're getting old. But where age comes in is sometimes knowledge and experience, and but it's bad on forgetfulness and memory. It's what we're counting on you guys for. It ain't about us. It's about you all and the good Lord. And we had called Chris Proudfoot years ago about somebody had cited that what they thought was Sebastian in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they were sure. They sent us pictures, and Sheila and I looked at it. And we were convinced that it was Sebastian. Then when we sent the pictures to Chris, is that his name?
Chris.
Proudfoot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ring a bell. I don't sound right.
Chris Proudfoot and Katie.
He said no. He could tell right off that it wasn't. Did resemble, but it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be the same case here. Wouldn't it be something if it was that easy that we put a video out and
see, in my opinion, and I understand everybody going crazy, but in my opinion, everybody does always call Chris and Katie. And, that's kind of a slap in the face. But in all fairness, I guess it's because they figure, well, That's where he went missing from, right? But again, in all fairness, it's like, why would you think they're going to tell you? I don't know. Again, I don't know. But then you can't even remember the conversation or their real names. And again, why are we talking? And again, I'm trying to be respectful, speaking about Summer Wells, and then the first 4 minutes, you're going back to Chris, Katie, and Sebastian and trying to compare in the first 4 minutes. I don't understand that, but okay. Again, no shade being thrown. I'm just trying to understand, but that's just me. Hey, maybe I've done it and don't realize it. I feel these are good people, but you're going to find out in a few minutes. In my opinion, and in my opinion only, I feel, again, I only watched 4 minutes of it, a little bit over 4 minutes of it. I didn't make it to 5 minutes, but I feel that they kind of tried to backtrack, if you will. And I can understand getting heat. Trust me, in the Summer Wells case. And this is what they're talking about. I can understand getting heat and not understanding it, especially if your intentions was good. That's fair. And I personally understand mistakes if mistakes was being made. Listen, I'm the one. But if you stand for something and you believe in your heart you did nothing nefarious, nothing wrong, you don't backtrack, in my opinion. Or you don't step back in 48 hours, or I'm just saying, I don't know if it's 48 hours, whatever, unless law office or somebody told you to cut it out. Then you just say, you just say so, in my opinion. Like you don't call, you don't say all of a sudden, don't call me, call the police, because hell, you were just up there on that hill giving your phone number, them 10 digits out or whatever, to the whole entire world as a tip line the other day. But and again, I'm not trying to be rude, but I forgot that was a police tactic that you come out here and told, which I think that was the question I said I've asked since I was 18 or a kid. Why the hell do you, not you, Hatfield and McCoy, Sheila and Fred, but why does everybody do that, including the news and everybody? I never understood that. Maybe you'll answer that in this, because I said, would somebody please answer why people do that? I don't understand why people go to do some kind of police investigative work and then they go back telling the people that that's what they did. It's never made sense to me. But again, I can't tell that in 5 minutes. And again, I'm sitting here stopping it before the 5 minutes is up. I don't understand. But you don't think Don Wells, a career criminal, and that's a fact. That's not slandering him. He's a freaking career criminal, had your number. And I don't mean your phone number either. I'm not being mean. I'm just pointing things out here. Candace might have been a different story, but not Don Wells. But you do get an A for effort. Let me carry on here, honey, before I get on a roll, and we ain't even got started yet.
One of our subscribers that watches our channel sees a video on Summer Wells. The surprising thing about this is Sheila and I thought everybody in the country Well, you would have thought, well, just like when we called about Sebastian, the people at the grocery store where
Yeah.
this little boy worked,
Yeah.
they'd never heard of Sebastian Rogers.
Mm-mm.
The dispatch we talked to just now, they'd never heard of
Summer
Summer.
Wells.
Huh?
Summer Wells.
Summer Wells.
Yeah.
The officer we just talked to had never heard of Summer Wells. That's surprising us because like we told him, we thought everybody, and he Googled it while we were on the phone. Summer Moon Utah Wells, and we said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be checking that out, guys. Let us thank you for having faith in Fred and Sheila, but
Thank you.
it's not about us. First of all, it's about God. Second of all, don't call us. We don't care. We don't have to even be a part of anything. We don't. I think that's what's hindered.
Don't call us. We don't have to be a part of anything. Say what? Huh? Why did you say that the other day on the Hill? Why did you give out your number? How many millions of people saw that and it's taken away from the TBI or whatever tip line? Or let's continue.
There's a lot of these cases that police officers and police chiefs and sheriffs and police commissioners, and I think that's what happened. Everybody wants that. They want to be the person that finds that person, and in doing so, they restrict the searches and so forth.
What?
And in doing so, they may lose evidence or. So don't call us. Go ahead, babe.
And if possible, try to take a picture to have on hand, so when you do call the police, they can ask you if you've got a picture of it or something. Can you ID them? And
This lady had a lot of information, but she was afraid of the circumstances to try to take a picture and
right.
be spotted or somebody. Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sorry. And again, I'm not trying to be mean, cruel, harass, or whatever, but I can't believe anybody who agreed the other day agrees with this now. Listen, you're a 40-year vet, ex-police officer. You knew better than that. And I'm not one to speak on mistakes. Hey, Lolo, I'm not one to speak on being judgmental about the Summer Wells case at all. But this is a huge F up right here. I can't believe what I'm hearing as far as I didn't agree with giving the numbers out, tips, or whatever, but I cannot believe what I'm hearing here. Now, listen, it was done. So stand up, take accountability, either take the tips or don't all of a sudden say, don't call me. That's wasted resources. What the flip? What the flip? Oh my God. Okay. Let me continue. Sorry.
Summer, and somebody would be wondering why she's taking a picture.
Exactly.
But with what she told us, it doesn't add up. That doesn't mean it's not possible. Just because something doesn't. And that's what we're going to talk about today. You might want to stay with us on this video because this video is going to be interesting. But if you have any information, if you see anything that's suspicious or you spot who you think is Summer somewhere over the years, call 911, guys.
Yes,
Don't
please.
call Fred and Sheila. We thank you and appreciate it. But you don't have to call us. You call 911 and get some police there and let them check it out. If it's nothing, so what? If they're any kind of police officer like they should be, you remember the old days, protecting and serving? I got you. But if they're any kind of police officers like we were back in the old days, they don't mind a bit. They come out. It's not her. There's nothing to it. Thanks for calling. Thanks for taking an interest and be on our way. Nobody should ever get mad at anybody for, I bet you they'd run through a flaming fire if they find out it's her and they didn't investigate it, and all of a sudden you find the body or find her. Oh, here they'll come running. They want that glory then. And we know all about it. And I got you. Guys, I'm going to read you one paragraph here because on this video here, we started to do a live.
Yeah.
This video was going to be a live where you all could join in and we could chat and talk. I'm not somebody you do a live with. I have no filter. And if I think it, I say it.
Yeah.
And when you're live, that's probably not good. Now, Sheila and I tell everybody, when we started doing YouTube, we sold everything we had and put everything else in the family's names and so forth like that. We own, we have nothing that's ours. We got a 2011 bus, but we have nothing. We don't have a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out. We're an LLC.
Yeah.
We tried to protect ourselves because we knew some of the videos that we were going to do, especially on the Hatfields and McCoys, were going to be controversial. And we knew that some of the Hatfields and McCoys, or at least the McCoys, had filed civil suits before. They had filed suits against other people that proved out to be frivolous, but they filed suits. So we knew that if you file one suit, you probably file another. So we figured, hey, let's get rid of everything we got, and that way we don't have to be afraid of.
I've never really thought about it before, but I'll just say a lot of people, I'm not saying them, that didn't come out of my mouth just now, but it's interesting because a lot of people really milk. I'm not saying him, but when y'all, well, you can agree to disagree. A lot of people use their names or use their friends' names. I don't know. I just didn't like that statement. It's just kind of interesting. I've never really, it's just interesting. Let's continue.
What we say, Sheila and I still try to be real careful.
We do.
We don't want to be slanderous. We don't want to defame nobody. But we want to be free from the First Amendment to speak and talk and freely. Now I'm going to read you this first. This is on our disclaimer. You can fast forward to it if you want, but it's just a half paragraph.
Okay.
Disclaimer / opinion. Like we like to say in nearly every video, if we have stated anything incorrectly, please contact us with proof and we will gladly correct it. How much more fair could you be? If we say anything that's incorrect or wrong or frivolous, please tell us with proof and we'll correct it. Sheila and I do not want to intentionally disseminate any untrue or incorrect information. We don't want to. Doesn't mean we might by accident or through.
Lolo, I like Fred and Sheila. I also like Fred and Sheila. I don't think they did anything wrong per se. I think like anything else, I think they are good people. I do think that they didn't know all the circumstances. I don't think that they have followed this case from the very beginning, but with all fairness as well, I think they knew I think there were some tactics that couldn't be helped because he was a retired police officer of 40 years. I think he knew what he was doing. But I think Don knew a little bit better what he was doing, in my opinion. And Excuse me. Gosh, I'm getting this cold. And I don't think I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna leave it at this again. You cannot, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the cops. You're not gonna, especially in a friendly, unprofessional capacity, fool a master criminal manipulator. Period. You're just not going to do it. That's just my thoughts and my opinions. Everybody here has their own thoughts and opinions, and they are welcome to them. But yeah, I think they're good people. But good people is not going to get the answers that they want. They're not.
On purpose.
Stupidity or something, but we try not to. It won't be intentional.
Right.
Thank you, babe. It won't be intentional. It won't be malicious. It won't be with malice. It will be by accident, mistake. We want the truth and the correct information in our videos. You will not embarrass us, hurt our feelings, or make us mad. We welcome corrections. We acknowledge the information in our videos is for entertainment purposes or historical purposes when it comes to Hatfield McCoy videos that we do.
Mm-hmm.
We acknowledge the information in our videos is for entertainment purposes. Some of the information may be speculative, theorizing, or even our opinions. Our videos, comments, etc. are not intended to target or criticize or offend, harm any individual or organization in any manner.
Exactly.
While we strive for accuracy, if you find anything incorrect, please notify us so we can make necessary corrections. Guys, that's I don't know how much more fair we can be. Now, some of you are still going to misinterpret that. Some of you are going to think, oh, they're attacking this person. Oh, they're throwing that at that person. Guys, you're allowed to have your own opinion also. You can think whatever you want to think about anything we say. We just got through saying we don't want to. Some of this is our opinion. Some of this is our thoughts. A 40-year career in law enforcement, 29 years in education. In my 40-year career, and if you followed our videos before, some of you have heard these. But if you've not, because we have a lot of new subscribers and viewers lately, 4 of my rules or philosophies while I was a police officer. Listen to these. I've had these since I was a young man. A person's past often predicts their future. Guys, look at people's past. You've seen people's past that improved, but if a person has a past of bad things, sometimes they continue throughout life. If a person's been in the big house, it carries on. These are some tough people and so forth. But if a person has a past of thieving and you just had a burglary 2 doors down, would that be a good suspect maybe just to go talk to? Maybe. Totally innocent. But would it hurt to go talk to that person with him already or her having a past of that? As a police officer, I would think it would. A person's past often predicts their future. If you want to know a person's character, just look at their friends. If you want to know a person's character, look at their friends. If you think you're going to see a drug dealer out here running around with Billy Graham, you're wrong. You're not going to see that. And you're not going to see Billy Graham out here hanging out and running around on a Saturday night with a drug dealer. So if you want to know a person's character, look at who they hang out with. Look at their friends. If they hang out with thieves, abusers, things like that, that may be a clue. Where 2 or more people are involved, one will talk.
For sure.
I heard that when I was a rookie in law enforcement. A smart old man told me that. The smartest man, probably the smartest man I ever knew in my life, told me that. Where two or more are involved, one will talk. And I have used that many, many times in law enforcement. We're going to get to that here in a minute. We're going to be discussing that some today in this video.
Mm-hmm.
Where two or more are involved, one will talk. I'd rather let my last one, it ain't my last one. I had many over the years, but the last one that pertains to this case maybe would be, I'd rather let a guilty person go is to ever charge an innocent person. How dirty that must be. How terrible it must be to point that finger and accuse somebody as doing something illegal or wrong, and them be totally innocent. That's why, Sheila, when we left the property the other day of Candace and Don,
Mm-hmm.
we said we're not accusing these people. We don't have no evidence.
Right.
We don't have no proof. And Sheila's always said she likes
Truth with proof.
truth with proof. If you've got proof, it's not hard to prove the truth. You just need the proof. We don't like to accuse people or anything like that. Now, some of you may watch this video today and think, oh, they're accusing this one or that one. No, we're not.
I wonder if they read that book that Don gave them. Don always preaches that. He did it with me on the phone and other conversations and stuff like that. He's done it with everybody. I think I told you in my last live before they left, I guarantee you he was going to start preaching that. And he did. He gave them that book. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying anything against Don's religion at all. I'm just wondering if they read it. He might tell us in this video. I don't know. We haven't got there yet. I'm not knocking any religion. If Don had gave me that book, if I was there, I still would have read it. I'm up on trying to read up on everything. You know, I would have read any book about it. But I'm just curious. I'm just curious still if they drink them RC colas. A lot of people's curious about that. But I think a lot of things that probably don't have nothing to do with nothing. I'm just a curious cat. Curiosity killed the cat. So, but it is what it is. Yeah, Don's own words. Don's own words. I may never see her in this lifetime. Or his own words was, I will see her in the resurrection. You know, things like that. Always past tense, you know, different things. Very interesting stuff, you know. They always talked about her in the past tense. So everyone, again, is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. And I can understand wanting proof with truth. Is that what they said? And I can understand that. And I can understand giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. I can talk to both sides and I can listen, you know, to everybody. Hell, I've told Seth, I've told everybody that, you know, to this day, if I saw Chris or Katie out, I wouldn't be scared to walk up and speak to them in lieu of everything. You know, I would sit down and have a conversation with them. Y'all might think I'm crazy, but it is what it is. You know, I'm just that type of person. It is what it is. Uh-oh, Janice, thank you for that. But hell, I could talk to anybody in any and all walks of life. Maybe that's how these two are. I don't know. I'm not trying to judge them. I'm only reviewing them and talking about the words that I feel, in my opinion, which I am hearing that they are either backtracking or whatever. And see, I'm not a backtracker. I'm not a fake person. And if I were to have the opportunity to sit down, and y'all know I've even apologized for some things, speaking of Chris and Katie or whatever, I've had private conversations with them. But what I don't do, and what I am not, and I'm not accusing these two of being fake or anything, don't get me wrong, but I am not fake. I guess that's what sets me aside. I don't really know what sets me aside, but I am not fake. I will not waver, and I will not change my opinion, and I will not sell my soul for a click, a view, a like, and I will not weeble wobble the fuck around. Not for the police, not for sides, not for anybody. I do me, and that's what I do. And if I change my mind or my opinion, which I'm entitled to, I won't pussyfoot around it. I will come out and say why. And it is what it is. But I feel if you cannot run with the big dogs, then set your ass the fuck down and stay on the porch. Will there be mistakes made? Yes, I understand that. Yes. But you cannot get scared, back down, and just say, backtrack, in my opinion. You can be scared, you can get nervous, but it is what it is. You don't lie, you don't take away from, you don't add to. You don't stutter. You get out here and take accountability and responsibility, and you keep moving on, and you hold your head high, no matter what the consequences. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Just because this child was the daughter of Don and Candace, and we're talking about a missing child, and we're talking, now listen, if the shoe fits, strap that puppy on and wear it. If the shoe fits and you think this pertains to this person or that person, then so be it. That's just the way it is. We can't change the evidence or the proof or direction that we go with things. Now, when we left that hill that day, we didn't just forget about this case. Some people said, oh, that was just for the video. That was for clicks. I don't know how much we can emphasize that we don't care about the clicks. We do this as a hobby, and there's nothing better than putting that sweet little thing there. Look at that. Imagine that being your child. Imagine that being anybody's child. Where is she? Where is she today? Has she been abused? Has she been abused today, day after day after day? Can she still be? Can we still save her? Can we still save her? Who knows? Only God knows.
Good Lord holds.
She's either savable or she's with God. If He points people in the right direction and she's still alive, we can save her. She's redeemable. She's got a life ahead of her. She's 10 years old right now. 10 years old, a whole life ahead of her. I'd rather let a guilty person go as to ever charge or accuse an innocent person. And that's Sheila and I's philosophy.
Exactly.
I had that in law enforcement. I always figured if I couldn't prove the case, Don't get an indictment. Don't get a conviction. Don't put them in prison on a chance that they were guilty. If you can't prove it, wait for another day. Something will turn up. God will send more evidence, or they will commit another crime, and you'll get them then.
Mm-hmm.
But don't ever put an innocent person in prison or accuse them. Had many cases such as my other slogan was, or motto was, once the cuffs go on, hands come off. Got nothing to do with this case, but cuffs on, hands off. When you handcuff a person behind their back, no more. It's over. I don't care if they's fighting like a banshee. Once you get them handcuffed, there's no punishment. You're not there to issue punishment. You're there to transport them to the jail and for the judge and the jury and the prosecutor to issue the punishment for whatever they did.
To effect an arrest.
You use whatever force is necessary to effect the arrest. That the law gives us the right for that. But once you effect that arrest, you don't have to beat the person. You don't have to, just because you've been in a 10-mile pursuit, driving like a maniac, which cops love. I never did understand why cops wanted to beat the person up after they got them, other than they're just mean people. Because cops love pursuits. They love it. Don't let them kid you. Nothing more exciting. Kids that play video games, oh, you should do it for real. Do it in real life. Only thing is, when you're doing it in real life, some people don't think, and coming through that next intersection they're going through may be your son or daughter or somebody else's son. Usually the suspect never gets hurt in these wrecks. Sometimes. Guys, I get off topic.
That's all right.
That's just another one of mine. I've got many over 40 years, but okay, guys, in this video, we're still not accusing anyone.
No, definitely not accusing anybody. So please don't take it that way.
We are still not accusing anybody. Now, we didn't stop searching. We didn't stop researching. Sheila and I do our research in a different way. We look for harder research. We go the extra mile, especially Sheila. Sheila does a lot of the research. But now it's time to take a closer look at what evidence or clues are out there. We're going to show you some videos, video clips. We're going to talk about some things. Doesn't mean we're accusing anybody. It means that we're looking at evidence, tangible, physical, visible evidence that you can see and hear. And let's see what we all make of it together. Let's see if it proves out that it could be a clue as to what happened to Summer. Or is it just circumstantial? You know, we're going to talk about having a body and a witness. You have to have a body or at least a witness if you're going to prove homicide and charge and convict. You can.
Oh my God. What is wrong with these people? You do not have to have a body. Yes, it makes, hey, Miss Grace, good to see you. You do not have to have a body. I mean, people is going to have to make me pull out that call again that I had with Miss Becky, especially in Tennessee. Yes, facts. Yes, it makes it stronger. It makes the DA want to go on with it. But they don't like to do a no body case, of course. But stop it with that. You don't have to have a body. I mean, we just saw that in the Harrell case, and that was in California. And that was a recent one. We saw it in other cases. I mean, just stop adding. And okay, that is not in my opinion. That is a fact. Stop it with that. Stop it with that part. Okay? And in Tennessee, let's just start with Janet Marsh, okay? Stop.
Do it on circumstantial. You're going to have to have such overwhelming circumstantial evidence, and most prosecutors or are not going to take that chance. But we're going to get double jeopardy and things like that after a while. But we are here for summer. We're not here for anyone else.
Yeah.
And that's us.
That's the main goal.
We want to respect the parents, Candace and Don.
Mm-hmm.
We respect them as of right now.
They don't respect nobody else.
They are victims also. They are parents.
Don't respect nobody else. They don't respect.
When we were
their
visiting Don and Candace,
they sure didn't.
we were wanting others to be able to see if there was any inconsistencies in their story. We went and seen Don and Candace to see if what they had told 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year or last month, if there's anything that
has changed.
Somebody said he can't answer the question. You keep.
Mr. Hatfield, I'm going to do you a solid. Nothing bad towards you, but I'm going to email you that interview where Don come up for 3 hours on my panel. I'm going to email that to you on Summer Moon Utah Wells' birthday. And I just want to see if you have a different opinion of your buddy Don, because I think you have been snowed, sir. I'm not even sure that I could play that again. So it is put up. I mean, I just want to see your personal thoughts and opinions and Sheila's on that, on Summer Moon Utah Wells' birthday. I don't know that you've heard that or not. I'm going to email that to you because I'm just curious. I'm curious like that. My mama always said curiosity killed a cat. I'm just going to, I would like to know your thoughts and opinions on that.
Interrupting them. I'm sorry. Everybody's got their own technique when interviewing or interrogating somebody. We're going to get to that in a minute, but it's called redirecting. Mm-hmm. Don't worry. Other people can redirect the investigator as well as the investigator can redirect them. Every time Don went to something that I felt he'd already talked about, and I do the same myself. I talk about things. People even comment. They'll say, you say the same thing over and over. Well, if you say something 3 times to somebody,
they'll remember.
That's the old adage. If you tell somebody something 3 times, they'll never forget that because they've been told 3 times. So there's a purpose for that. But sometimes I'm just a old repeat, maybe. I don't know. But Don would go back to what I would call as an investigator a comfortable setting, a comfortable story. I'm not putting Don down. I'm not saying he's not even telling the truth or believes what he's saying. We had already heard that and heard it about CPS, Mexican Mafia, Cornbread Mafia. We'd already heard it. So when I would go back, I wanted them to go back to the main beginning, because the main beginning is what a lot of times people forget. They told that story in the main beginning, but over the years, that's irrelevant. Let's talk about what happened here or there, or where you was at, or what you said on this video, or what you said on this radio interview, or who you called and bawled out. And that's what they want to talk about. Not Sheila and I. Sheila and I go to the beginning. Let's start from the beginning. I would start from the beginning. He would answer that question, but instead of elaborating and keeping it going, telling us what happened, he would go back to CPS or something else. I'm not trying to be derogatory towards Don. I'm telling you the facts. You all have the 3-part series there. You can watch it for yourselves and tell. What we were doing that for is to let the investigators, guys, there's no doubt there's some good investigators on this case. There's no doubt there's some good police officers out there. There's good. They're investigating it. Am I going to agree with everything they did in this case? Are they going to agree with everything I put in these videos? No, nobody agrees on hardly anything, especially anymore, especially in the criminal justice investigation, especially as police officers. Again, sometimes experience are cases that you work over the years. there may be something that you can use.
Right. Not everybody does everything the same way.
That's right.
So everybody's different.
Guys, we're going to take our time on this video. We're not going to get in a hurry because I do talk fast. And again, this was going to be a live where we could just sit and talk.
We don't have any luck with live. Something always messes up.
She's talking about me, guys.
Well,
she's talking about
technical difficulties.
She's talking about kicking my leg off, trying to get me to, when I get on something. But we were wanting others to be able to look for inconsistencies in Dawn and Candace's stories. Guys, remember one thing, if you would. While we're not accusing anybody, we're not pointing that finger at anybody, we're not casting that stone.
Exactly.
We're here to tell you that the TBI and the Hawkins Sheriff's Department says that nobody has been ruled out. Nobody has been ruled out. That means Dawn and Candace, the parents, no matter how loving, no matter how sweet, no matter how convinced we are that they're innocent, doesn't mean they're innocent. It just means that that's what our view or your view or somebody else's view may be. And they are innocent. Mm-hmm. They are innocent until they are proven guilty. Even if they did it, they're innocent until they're proven guilty, or they come forward and admit.
Now, he is right about that. That is the good thing about this country. We don't want to put innocent people in jail, but that is correct. Everybody is innocent until they are proven guilty in a court of law. You, me, and everybody else, Dawn, Candace, everybody. So for those coming in, we are reviewing Hatfield and McCoy's latest video titled, Do the Right Thing. And I am going to watch that with you. I'm going to review it with you throughout and share my honest observations as we go. That's what I've been doing. I'm not accusing them of anything, but, you know, I do feel they backtracked a little bit. You know, what is the message of the Creator? What is the Creator trying to get across? I mean, is this about facts? Is it about opinion? Is it a call to action? What is important in this? Because how this message is put out there, I think is just as important as them going on that hill. So we're all watching. We're paying attention. We're paying attention to what's said, what's done, what's not said, the wording, everything, the tone, the statements, how it's presented, speculations, opinion, facts, all those things. But remember, it is very important to have different opinions. It's okay. My goal is not to win an argument, is to have a thoughtful discussion. It's okay, Tennessee Twister. I appreciate you being here. Tennessee Twisters from up there. And, you know, I appreciate everybody being here. I do. Yeah, sometimes we just can't. I mean, that's the truth. I mean, and sometimes they may just have the very best of intentions, you know. You know, one thing I've always believed right here on this channel is that awareness saves lives. You might not go out there and save a life. I may not go out there and save a life. I may not be able to solve this case or that case. You may not be able to, but awareness could save a life. Every person who shares a flyer or remembers a face or shares a face or, chooses to make the right phone call to the police, if something don't seem right or, CPS, that's a much bigger effort, because if you see a child or you think it's a missing child, even if it's not, it's so important to call 911. Let them sort it out. Not a YouTuber, not a neighbor, not your friend or their friend's friend. Time is of the essence. It's not okay to be calling YouTubers or sending emails to Smiley or Hatfield or, these people. Listen, and it's not okay to wait a month, a year later. Listen, it could be seconds, and I do mean seconds, between a child's life or death. Listen to me. It could be seconds between a child's life or death, even if, hear me, even if that child has been missing for 2 hours or 2 years. It could mean seconds or minutes, and it matters. It matters. So you don't wait. You don't call YouTubers. You don't wait to see what's on the next live. Because you never know. You never know. Time is of an essence.
To what happened.
Exactly.
When there's a child missing, it's all about that child. I heard somebody say, well, you said this or you said that. Guys, I'm liable to say anything if it helps Sheila and I find a missing child.
There it is.
I don't care about people's feelings. I have no filter.
I'm liable to say anything.
It's all about that child.
Yep.
The first people you look at are the parents. We all know that.
Always.
We're not telling people.
No. Immediate family, whoever's in that family circle with this child, believe me, did some research on them or looked at them. So
this video is going to get interesting if you'll hang with us. Thank you. May start out slow, but in a minute we're going to bring up some comments and questions and videos. We are not PIs. We're not private investigators.
Mm-hmm.
We're not police officers.
By no means.
I was a police officer for 40 years, and just about every case I've ever worked, I've discussed it with her, and we've gone over it and all this and that. She might as well been on the payroll.
Well, when somebody else looks at the case, they see it through different eyes, and they might see something that somebody else has overlooked or has missed, and so it doesn't hurt to have different people looking at it.
Sheila and I are just trying to do our little part in finding out what happened
Precious baby.
to that precious baby. We cut out where Don told us Candace had been drinking.
Yeah.
It's no secret. In a lot of the comments, people had already noticed it.
Yeah.
They knew, and that's one reason. Only thing you can do by arguing with somebody like that is make things worse. There was no need in arguing with Candace when she was, for lack of a better word, on a rant. Guys, we're on Candace and Don property.
Keeps talking.
Don invited us in, which she did too in the beginning. She went and got us pop. She was so sweet at times, and then she got a phone call or made a phone call. We've done a video on that, and then I think she became suspected and not trusting. And I don't blame them for not trusting everybody. They've got a short end of the stick sometimes. especially if they turn out to be innocent,
Mhm.
especially down the road. Somebody admits to, or
If they're innocent.
somebody's charged with something.
Yeah.
How's all those people going to feel that's falsely accused these two? Is there still concern? Is there still,
I plead the fifth.
could they be involved?
You've been snowed,
Sheriff
honey.
TBI says they
Yep.
could be.
Yep.
They said nobody's been ruled out.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the TBI and the sheriff's office at their word.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nobody's been ruled out. That means they're suspects. It's their home. They can do as they please. If she wants to drink all day, that's her business. Who am I? I'm not condemning her for drinking. That's her business. They invite us in. But that may explain some of the mood changes that
Yeah.
we inherited or
Encountered.
encountered. Thank you, babe. Yeah, that's a better word.
Well, they are not
Just
innocent.
because she's drinking doesn't
Another
make her
thing.
guilty of anything, doesn't make her involved with Summer's disappearance. See, it's sad that we have to discuss comments like that, but between comments and people's thoughts, they think, oh, that's a good comment. I'll comment on this. I'll comment on, you was on her property. That don't make her guilty. So we're trying to cover your comments before you put them in there. We know that.
I agree with that.
We know that. We're almost
Absolutely.
70 years old, or I am. I'll speak for myself. Sheila's only 26, and I can understand if you don't
Not really, but I'll take it.
Oh, why mention that? And I say here in my notes, because some people will ask.
Yeah.
We like to put as much information out there as we can, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We do that. We do that on Hatfield McCoy history. We do that on.
I'm going to stop this just a minute. I don't usually bring in other creators, but I really haven't had time to see. Anybody want to enlighten me about Jody Sue? I bet she was having a field day with the Hatfields and McCoys. I'm just going to take a wild guess. I mean, anybody? One in the chat, if y'all know if she has had a field day with them. 1 yes, 2 no. Anybody? Yes, she has, Tennessee Twister said. Oh, Lord, honey. I can only imagine. Oh, yes, she did. Oh, Lord. 111. I'm going to have to. Today, let me look out my window because it's been raining here all night. Actually, I need to mow my grass, or I need to put hubby to doing it or something, but it is really grown up. It hadn't stopped raining here. Grace said 1. I need to, you know what I need to do? I think I don't know why I'm craving chili again. I need to get me some chili this evening. I need to make me a bowl of chili, get me some crackers, crumble it up. I need to put my feet up, first I need to get me a good hot bubble bath. I know it's too much information. I hadn't been over Jody Sue's way in a long time. But I need to go over there and catch up with Jody Sue. I really would like her input on this. I don't think Jody, in my opinion, had anything to do with Summer missing. I'll just put that out there. I may even say hi. What channel is she under? I don't know, but she shouldn't be too hard to find. Hey, Kiki. I don't know. Y'all are more than welcome to put it in here. If anybody knows, you're more than Tennessee Twister can tell me. It's been a long time since I've been over there. I be careful because I haven't put way back in the day, she used to put everybody in the box, and then she would put people in the cremation box. Luckily, I never got in the cremation box. I was always a good girl. I used to go in there and conversate a lot. And then, whatever. But I would be careful and pick and choose what I would say, because I didn't want to get in the cremation box, because I figured if I ever had, you're in it, Val. I figured if I ever had something to say important, I wanted to make sure, because I don't do troll accounts. I don't do all that BS. I go in as me. It is what it is. She don't like a lot of people, Val. She don't, in all fairness. But I was, I wanted to be real careful not to get in the box. But anyway, I want to go watch and see what she says, because she said a lot of interesting things, in my opinion. I believe she has a lot of information. I think she has a lot of important to say. That's just my opinion. It don't hurt my feelings one bit, because she don't care, or she don't. Wait a minute. Let's see. What was I going to say? That didn't come out right. I forgot what I was going to say. I have no use for her. She has said I stalked her for 5 years now. Yeah, she has some. I think she does have some truths. I think she does. Also, y'all should go back and look at the names of a lot of commenters in this video of Fred's. It's mostly usual suspects in the fish sticks supporters, the CP supporters, etc., and a few of us, Sebastian. Yeah. In my opinion, I feel she's scared of something. Yeah. I was just wondering, because I think she's the loudest of everybody. And there may be a reason she's loud. At first, I guess, a lot of things, and I had my opinions on her, some of them not so nice, but, going back, looking back, sometimes you just got to take a break, and then you got to go back and you got to think, and you got to look. Oh, there you go. Thank you. YouTube Jody Sue Brown. And you just got to think about different things. So, I don't know. My eyes have just never been off of 110. My eyes have just never been off of 110. I'm not going to change about that. And Lord knows I have never, reset our minds here. Sometimes I've found my head rethinking things about other people, in general, even here or whatever. I don't know. You just got to sometimes clear your mind and make your own decisions. And you come to find out, at the time, sometimes, and it don't hit you until later, things are not always as they seem at that time. At that time. That's just my opinion. Yes, Grace. Excuse me. Yes, we sure have. Yep. Smiley was very interesting. I was due to interview. Person was in halfway house. Yes. was with them, boom, hours before they canceled it. And the guy said to tell me to leave it alone, per his word. If you're talking about the same person, I have talked to them on personal phone calls and personal. I'm assuming you're talking about the same person by what you just kind of threw in there about a halfway house. And I've got texts with them and different stuff. I find that very interesting. I didn't know you were going to do an interview with them, but, with this case, I will say with this case, and I've did a lot of research, a lot of things I have not put out, a lot of things that I probably won't. I have boxes of shit up there in my closet. I would be, and Tennessee Twister can probably tell you, I don't know if he wants to speak on this or not. I would be, thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much. There's been a lot of dots connected. Ryan was coming on panel with you. Listen, I would be very, if you don't know everything, and I mean everything about this guy, listen, the best that I can say to you with this case, and I'm going to tell you, I have had here in Florida, and it's notated at the police department, I have had Molotov cocktails in my front and backyard. We won't go into all this. I have had 10-page applications from Hawkins County Sheriff's Department sent to me. I have had threats from the early on. I have had people follow me when I was in Hawkins County after people left. I have been recorded. There's been so many things. There's things that's not even been put out. I will say this, I have had a PI come to Florida and look in my fucking trash can while I was sitting on the fucking porch. Yeah, Millie, tell them about it. There's been all kinds of things I don't even want to get into. But with that being said, Kiki, all I can tell you is this. That person that you're talking about, I'm glad that, honestly, I don't talk about this case as much as I did. Yes, I am now, but I'm not going to back down. I'll talk about it when I want to. Because what's done is done. And like I said, I always stand for what I stand for. Okay. But there's been a lot of dots connected and a lot of people that I still, yeah, Tennessee Twister will tell you. A lot of people, they're right when they say people's ended up dead. Did it have to do with Summer? Who can say? I don't know. But it all goes back to ties to these people. I can tell you this. I've said it before. If I'm ever subpoenaed for even my silliness or my mistakes or whatever, I don't ever fucking want to see that place again. I never do. I hope I never don't. But if I will, I'll go stand tall. You should be glad, in my opinion. You should be happy that you don't do interviews or get in any deeper than you already are or have been. I wouldn't advise, I'm not kidding, y'all, anybody watching in the bushes can take my advice or not. I don't care. I don't do this case much anymore. I am reviewing this. But believe you me, if they found Summer today, I do not want to go there. I don't want to go to anything that has anything to do with this. I don't want to be in that area. And I don't really care to interview nobody. Will I speak on her or share her flyer or whatever on here? Yes. Yes. But do I really want to be involved in this case anymore? To be honest with you, no. And would I advise anybody new coming in, and I know you're not brand new, Kiki, but would I advise anybody, especially if they have kids and a family? No, 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 no. To be honest, stay far away from this case as you can. And it has nothing to do with clicks, views, likes. Smiley Story did this case for free, no cash apps, not shit, for 4.5 years. And Miss Grace, I know you're worried and so scared for Kiki. I just hope this advice resonates with her. I don't tend to tell nobody what to do. But that's the best advice, even though I'm sitting here today, can tell anybody as far as this goes. And I mean that with my entire heart. But then y'all go, and I said it as far as the other night, and I said, but is Sebastian's case, I think Sebastian's case is a hell of a lot crazier and worser than Summers. But Smiley, you're from Tennessee, and Smiley, you're doing that one, and you're going hard, and your family's there, and you are legally there, and blah 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 blah. Yeah. And I'll continue to stand strong, and I'll do what I have to do. I'm the strongest fucking person you know. But how many people has died in that case? I'm just telling you for your own good. You can take my advice or not, and I'm not just talking to you, Kiki. I'm talking to anybody listening. Trust and believe. Summer Wells' case is a toxic case. And do I personally believe she's alive? No, I don't. Did Don or Candace do anything to her, or Grandis? Innocent until proven guilty. But in my personal opinion, that's a whole different story. I know you have grace. And as a mother, it don't matter how old your children are. you're always going to worry. But that's just my thought on the situation. And my advice ain't worth anything, but I'm older, I'm wiser, I've been around the block or two, and yes, let's keep prayers and protection over Tennessee Twister. Tennessee Twister is around that area, and being in this case from day one, and Tennessee Twister knows about all the threats, knows about the people, players, and people's been run in and out of that area. You know, it's been horrible. I pray for Ryan. I pray for everybody. You know, everybody thinks they can protect themselves, and I'm sure they can until they can't. I'm sure they can until they can't. So prayers for everyone. Yeah. Miss Gray said, I've been here 5 years. 3 people know how to reach me. Smiley knows. I do not trust many. Yep. Why does all this stuff happen? Good question. Good question. So yeah, many prayers to Twister. All right. Let's catch on. Let's carry on.
Everything, we don't care, good, the bad, the ugly, tell it. Let the chips fall where they may. And then you come up with truth with proof.
Yeah.
Just a side comment here. Somebody was asking about cuts in the video and so forth. It was words, bad words and so forth. And it was also words that YouTube don't like.
Yes.
Like S-side.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was committing S-side.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to try to cut that out because Don told a couple of stories that come up.
Yeah, I'm not very good at doing that. I was trying to.
Guys, this video is going to be all over the place because I see a comment here and it says, why limited search? Why limited searches? Now we're going to come back to Don and Candace and different things like that here in a minute, but we're all over the place, but that's okay. It's us. It's our video. It's what we do.
We're all over the place.
Why limited searches?
All the searching going on.
Thank you, Jenny, so much.
It's very hard. The volunteers are great, and we really don't need the general public. As the captain said, we got trained professionals in the woods. We know exactly where they are, how they're doing. They check on routinely. We know how many's out there, who's out there, and we know when they come back. If the general public helps, then we will not know they're out there and we could lose somebody else.
It's not just there. It's not just the TBI, the Hawkins Sheriff's Office. It's not. Why limited searches? Well, their excuse was, and we're going to play a video in a minute, but their excuse was that we don't want to have inexperienced people out in the woods. They might get lost, and then we end up looking for them. Okay. They're adults, ain't they? You're not going to let little 5-year-olds go out in the woods looking for a 5-year-old. It's going to be adults. Go to the nearest creek. Go follow that creek out. It's going to lead to somewhere. Follow the road out. It's going to lead somewhere. Come down off the hill. And like Sheila said the other day.
About the air tag?
Yeah.
Maybe give them something like that, some kind of tracker thing and then you log it in as who's got this number or whatever.
Give you a bunch of air tags.
That way you could follow them around.
Give people air tags, stick in their pocket. You know, you've still got somebody out there. Better yet, look at where you're at. Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Appalachian people, mountain people, frontier people, frontiersmen. You got to look where you're at. Do I really worry about somebody in Rogersville or Kingsport or Johnson City or Bristol getting lost in the woods. You don't worry about that. That's nonsense. That's not a good excuse. That's not a valid excuse to me. I don't care if there was 1,000 people showed up to search. Put 1,000 people in them woods. Organize it the best you can.
The more the better, really.
The more the better.
You're more
Guys,
apt.
there's a reason for this. I'm going to tell you my opinion. I have an opinion about everything. My opinion is that law enforcement don't want to be outdone. TBI wants to find that child. That's great. Sheriff's office wants to find that child. That's great. The neighbor wants to find that child. That's great. The YouTubers want to find that child. That's great. Does it matter who actually finds the child as long as she's found? It does to some people. It does to some people. Because if it didn't, and you say, well, we want to have certified searchers. We want to have certified personnel. So, okay, take your certified personnel and search that hill. Okay, we're done. I seen on there where they said, okay, we've moved out from the Baptist church. We're done. We've moved the emergency services command center. We've moved it. We're done. If you're done, then say, go search, guys. Have at it. Professionals have searched. You guys go search now. Open the woods up. Go search. Well, you can't hardly do that. What if they go search and you've missed something and somebody else finds it? Oh, how bad that would look. We would find the little girl. We would know where she's at today. We would know that for a fact instead of wondering, did they search good? Because I won't tell our plan, but there's people that saw people searching, 4 and 5 officers together in a line coming down a path.
Right.
Not spread out on a grid search, not up on the side of 2 hills in a valley.
Wait, did I hear him right? He just said he's not going to tell. He was starting to tell, and then he said he's not going to tell. Oh my God. Oh, go ahead and tell it. Yep, go ahead and tell it. I mean, why not? You've told it before.
Alley in a hollow together coming down a path. Is that a search? Is that a search for a 5-year-old or a body or clothing or shoes? Or Sheila and I, number 4 video I think we did on Joseph Couch. Sheila and I gets down, that's where we got them turkey mites all over us. Here's an area that hadn't been searched. Now you can see that there's no path. Nobody has been through there. And we're on video live. And she says, what are we going to do? We said, we're going through there. We have to. Nobody has searched. He could be in there laying up underneath that underbrush because see, just one person going through wouldn't disturb nothing, especially if he was careful. But if you had 10 or 12 people searching, everybody's traveling the same path, you're going to have a path. And we went through there and searched under every rock and cranny, wasn't there. We was eat up for 3 months with turkey mites.
Yeah, we look like we had chicken pox.
I'm starting to itch right now just thinking
about it.
Sheila was looking at something a while ago, and I said, oh, God, we're going to get turkey mites. So we're probably going to end up with them again before we're through with this Summer Wells case. Guys, there would be nothing left of Summer Wells right now except bones. Probably not even a shred of clothing. You may get, and the animals, if she was up there, the animals has drugged here, there, left, and right. Skull or a femur bone probably is all you're going to find. I know
I did
graphic.
a live early
It's a graphic.
very early.
This is the reality. This child's either with Jesus
she
or somebody's got her.
I'm telling
And
you, through my
we
research.
got to get her back before if she's been mistreated, wouldn't it be grand? It's already happened. It's over with. It'd be grand if she was with somebody and she was being treated better than she even was with Don and Candace. That's great. Did somebody just want a baby? Did somebody just for a child of their own? And the husband says, hey, there's a baby for my wife or my grandma or my mother that's been wanting a child. I'm going to take her away from this life.
We can give her something better.
She deserves better. This child deserves better than what she's got here.
Listen, the thing is, all of their kids deserved better. You had Don with his other wife trying to sell one of his kids out on the side of the road. That's a fact. They were just breeding machines. They didn't care about any of their kids. Obviously. You know, that's not defaming them. That's a true story. And when they come and got the boys, which, by the way, DCS did not kidnap any of their kids. And this is where it's different. This is where it's different than Sebastian Rogers' case. They didn't kidnap Sebastian either, but I'm just saying, this is where it's different than what Don says, than what Seth says. Okay? Don, even his own video saying he asked them to take the boys. It wasn't safe. I said earlier on, DCS is no babysitter. They don't just come out because you say, hey, come on, ring, ring. Can you take the boys? Can you take the girl? Can you take whoever? Because we need a babysitter. Ding, ding, ding. You got to use some common freaking sense here. It don't happen. And then later on, you want to say, oh, by the way, just because DCS is in the news or whatever, let's just get with Mullins here and whoever else and just say, oh, they kidnapped the boys. Get a grip. It don't work that way. Didn't happen. You would not do your steps to even get them back when they gave you the chance or the choice. Hell, you couldn't pay a damn $1 a day for 3 freaking kids. Now let's get on with it. Tell the truth.
And the way her parents are. I don't think it's a sin, or I don't think it's accusatory to say that Don and Candace would not have won Parent of the Year award while they were parents. If our research is correct, and it could be wrong, and if it is, please correct us. If our research is correct, between the two of them, they have 9 children. How many children they got there the other day when we was there? Now, Don says
you don't get to do that.
CPS's
You didn't know they had
fault.
9 children. I don't
He blames it on CPS.
You're hearing what everybody's
Mexican
saying
Mafia.
here. Now, stop it.
Cornbread
I
Mafia.
mean, like some BK. Stop that.
He blames it on
that shit.
them, but 9 children, 4 different states. If we're correct, this ain't throwing a stone. This ain't pointing a finger. This is saying, hey, this is fact. This is truth with proof. If what we found out is true, we think it is. We think we've looked at the correct. It's hard to get juvenile records. It's hard to get court records and CPS records dealing with children. So we can only go with what we could find, but we think we're correct. If we're wrong, please, Don and Candace, please correct us. Mm-hmm. We want to be correct. We don't want to say anything that's incorrect on your behalf or towards you, but we don't mind saying it if it's the truth, because if it's the truth, you made the bed, you right.
Yeah.
Now, again, I was talking earlier. Somebody's house got broke into, a burglary. 2 doors down, a person's past predicts their future. 2 doors down, you've got a thief, a burglar. Who would be your first suspect? Well, again, nobody has been cleared in this investigation. So I wish they would have searched. If they just wanted a certified searcher, search it, then let the general public in and have at it. Because this guy we talked to, or this guy we got information from
Mm-hmm.
says that he observed officers coming out of the woods in a path. Nobody was searching. They was in a path. And then they go back and report and say, okay, we've searched this area. We've searched that area. That's not a search, guys.
Yeah, sometimes
It's
you
not
have to
a
get
search.
off the beaten path.
That's why Sheila and I found Joseph Couch, 500 foot. It's a wonder they didn't smell him. He was 500 foot over the hill from where they held their press conference at. Kentucky State Trooper Scotty Pennington, public relations officer, held a press conference, had helmets on everybody, flak jackets, bulletproof vests on everybody on the media, taking pictures. And Joseph Couch is over the hill. You could have threw a rock out and landed on his remains from where they held that press conference. He's standing up there on top of that hill saying, we have searched 28,000 acres. They may have, but they didn't search 500 foot over the hill. Or if they did, what was the reason for not saying, here it is? Was it overtime? Was it publicity? Was it, I know, I feel you. I'm just saying, I'm asking that as a question. Did somebody actually run up on, because we can't believe that nobody did.
Yeah.
We can't believe that nobody didn't see him. And if they saw him, did they say, hey, let's go somewhere else and search?
Mm-hmm.
We're getting overtime. We're getting all kinds of publicity, national publicity on this I-75 shooter.
The smell was so strong.
We don't know that happened, but we don't know that it didn't happen. And we've always asked the question between us.
Yeah.
And isn't it funny that after we searched for 6-7 days, they'd come up there on us, we told troopers after trooper, nobody was in the woods. Nobody searched for 6 or 7 days with us or around us until that last day. And when we went over that hill to search that area, we'd done searched west, south, and east. We just hadn't went north. When we went north and went over the hill to search, whoa, wait a minute. Here comes 4 troopers. I find it, after a 40-year career in law enforcement, I find it curious that they run us off. One trooper brags to another YouTuber. Yeah, we just had to run a couple of people off here. They bragged about running us off. We come back the very next day and actually find I-75 shooter's remains. Guys, there's too many questions. What if someone found something they missed? What if a regular bystander, a regular citizen from Rogersville, from Dent Hill, from Kingsport, or anywhere around there, what if they joined in the search and found something? Would have loved to have been part of it. Yeah. People were yearning to help. Women, men, they were yearning. Let us help. Let us do something. Oh, y'all stay back. We got to let the professionals. Guys, professionals can't search all those woods in the area that a child. You know, Sheila and I was curious last night, and she Googled. Sheila loves to research, and she Googled. Go ahead, babe. On how far a child can.
Oh, 11 miles.
I said probably 3 to 7 miles. I said, what? Google, see what a child, what area they can cover in the woods, missing child. I figured 3 to 7 miles, maybe. To 11.
Forgot I was on mute. I agree. He doesn't have to keep saying 40 years career law enforcement. We got that. I mean, we know that. Thank you, NorCal. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Yeah, y'all please hit the thumbs up and let's get it out in the algorithm. We're trying to grow our channel here, trying to do better every day. You can do all the things, hit like, thumbs up, subscribe. That's all free. Share, share these videos. Thank you, YouTube Girly, for the gold coin. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. If y'all want to become a member, that helps support as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for the flowers. Thank you, YouTube Girly. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thank you so much. Carmel says, I feel sorry for Sheila. She must get a headache. He said something a while ago about she was kicking him. He talks too much. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lord. That's funny. Yeah. And I can understand myself going around talking too much. Lord, my husband had to come in Waffle House and get me one day. Yeah. I mean, I can understand that. I can understand that. Thank you so much, Lord, for the clapping seal. Whoop, whoop. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, YouTube girly. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate you very, very much. I appreciate all of you and all of your support. Y'all are something else. Yeah, he's long-winded. I can't really judge anybody on that. That is too funny. That is too funny. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That is hilarious. She's like me hitting the husband's leg. Yeah. And you know what's so funny about it? That's why she's hitting his leg, so nobody knows, right? Or so she don't have to speak up. And the first thing he does is, Sheila's hitting my leg. Oh my God, telling everybody. So I know she was embarrassed. Oh Lord, honey. Oh, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. Oh my God. You're making ice salad. Oh my God. Yeah, his shins are bruised. Oh my God. But yeah. So yeah, he's pointing at her now like yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the jewels. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thank you. Whoop, let me ring my smiley bell. Let's smile through the hard conversations. That's what we're doing over here, smiling through the hard conversation. We are real people with real stories and real respect and a little bit of smiley over here. That's right. Oh, I appreciate y'all so much. All right, let's carry on.
11 miles.
Up to 11 miles.
They found him as far away as 11 miles and 4 days later, alive. 11 miles away from where they started. 11 miles away. And I think he says on here, we had 100 officers out here. Wow. No, you had thousands and thousands and thousands of volunteers that would have hit those woods without giving it a second thought.
The locals there know the hills better than anyone, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
They live there. They've been in those hills. They know where every nook and cranny
In my opinion, they wasn't worried about somebody else getting lost. They were worrying about who was going to find that little girl. And that's sad. Doesn't matter who finds the child, as long as they find her.
As long as she's found. Yeah.
That should be everybody's. Now, I'm sure everybody's going to say that. Oh, we don't care who found her. Actions speak louder than words, because if that was true, there would have been multitudes not armed. This is not an armed subject. They said they wanted to protect other searchers. They was afraid other searchers would get hurt from what? From what? Did she have a bang? Did she just rob a store? Was she a threat? A 5-year-old child? This is not looking for Joseph Couch. Joseph Couch shot 17 cars and 5 people.
Yeah.
He was armed. That's now you need to be concerned probably. Now, and that's why I got so touched at the end of the search when it's all over with, because somebody wrote in the comments, said, it's a wonder, you idiot. It's a wonder you didn't get your wife killed. And it hit me, and I thought, God, thank you. Thank God, because that's all that it very well could have happened. Now, I'd rather have Sheila as a partner than anybody I've ever worked with. Self-defense wise, shooting wise, anything. But I could have got her killed because she'd follow me to the bad place. Probably, I doubt that. But
yeah, I think that's what I turned. I don't want to go to Haiti.
Hopefully, neither one of us will ever see that. But she'll follow me anywhere, and she did. And it hit me, and I really got touched by the way God blessed us, because I could have gotten her killed. I don't myself, but I don't want to get my wife killed.
If it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
But they're not looking they're not looking for an armed subject. They were looking for a child.
Unless they had someone in mind, maybe that
makes no sense to us.
Oh wow, NorCal.
Guys, we said we were not throwing stones, and we're not.
No, please
We're
don't have
not.
that.
But as investigators, we also have some questions, and we also have opinions. When we say opinions, we're not throwing these opinions at anybody. We're throwing them out there. If they hurt your feelings, if you feel they're towards you, then do some self-checking maybe.
Hey, if the shoe fits, honey.
In our research, we have seen some concerning factors.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen
He said
criminal
that
histories.
almost fell over.
We've seen criminal histories. Criminal history don't lie. You were either convicted or charged or investigated or for a criminal offense, or you was.
Agree.
If you
I agree
wasn't,
1,000%.
we're not even going to mention no names. But if you wasn't, then does it make them guilty of anything? Does it make them guilty just because a person has criminal histories of other offenses, and some of them even domestic violence, some of them we don't even want to talk about. Some of them didn't even want to talk about, don't even bring up. That still doesn't make them guilty, anybody guilty of doing anything with some. But is it called a clue? Could it serve as a clue? Could it serve as a... Doesn't make them guilty of anything. Guys, there's one son.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll say this first of all. There's 3 boys there that day.
Yeah.
There's Grandma,
Yeah.
Candace,
Yeah.
and Don.
Yeah.
Not pointing a finger. I'm telling you facts. I'm going by facts as a police officer.
Exactly.
So you've got the 3 boys that supposedly saw her come in and go downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Those 3 boys. That's Don said that's the last 3 that seen her, and that's what they said, that she come in and she going downstairs to play. Now one of them's getting ready to turn 18 years old.
Yeah.
One of them's almost 18.
Mm-hmm.
What's those 3 children say? What's those 3 boys been saying over the years about their life? Have they ever said that they were SA'd? Have they ever said that they were mistreated?
Oh my
Have
God,
they ever made
it's not
any
going
allegations
anymore.
whatsoever? They're away from home now. They don't live there now. They're protected. They're forevermore. They're not coming back home until after they're 18. Is this 18-year-old boy, when he turns 18, is he going to come back home and say, hey, Mom, hey, Dad? Is he going to do that? Or is he going to stay as far away as he can? If he stays as far away as he can, that's called a clue.
Honey. It's fine.
He's almost 18 years old. What's he say about this? He was 12 at the time, wasn't he, babe?
Yep, 12. So
12 years old? I can, no. Who has a problem remembering when you were 12? Law enforcement asked him what happened to son. Or was he ever mistreated?
mm-hmm.
If CPS allowed Don and Candace to give up children in lieu of prosecution, they're as bad as the parents are. I'm giving you my opinion, guys. That's why Sheila doesn't do lives with me. But that's still my opinion. If CPS charged Candace or Don,
or had evidence.
well, if they charged them, hon, they had to.
I'm going to say this. There's things Smiley knows because everybody comes to Smiley, okay? Behind the scenes. Well. Sometimes Smiley can't keep her mouth shut. But y'all know Missy, pretty lady. I'm going to try to do this. Y'all can read between the lines if you want to. You know, Miss Pretty Lady that Summer loved to just love her hair. You know, she had a little sit down giggly with Mr. Chris McDonough. You know, Smiley's put her on blast a few times back in the day. Well. These boys, you know, she had her backpack ready to go on a field trip when Summer come up missing, oddly enough. Smiley's got a lot of flack for going after her. These boys was all together and in a good home. Great home. You asked how I know. Well, you know, people know people know people know people know people. You never know who's going to know who's going to know who's going to know who. It's such a shame the way Dawn and Candace has hindered their boys from having a remarkable, good, great quality home. To the point Miss Cutesy giggly even went to a supervised visit there, from my understanding. Don't know what was said. Don't know how it was said. Don't know how the intimidation was done. But I know somebody run off, allegedly. Maybe just with their thoughts. But I know that this person and the basic cause of it, Dawn and Candace, is the cause of these boys being broke up out of that home. And they are still fighting to be back together. And that's a fucking sad, sad thing. Because in the state of Tennessee, once you're taken out, no fault of fosters. Always. It's hard even if it's not impossible, to get them all back in the same place. Even if the children are saying, whoops, I made a mistake. It was my mistake. Shame, 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 shame. Oh yeah, honey. I walked up in that MFer up in Tennessee. I sure did. Hubby come out. I go out to the car. Hubby's like, where you been? I've been to church. I went in the church. He knew I went in the church. I've been to church service, honey. Sure did. Oh, by the way, Kathy, hello to you too. You didn't have to send nobody to tell me. Hello to you too, honey. I saw that comment. Yeah, I agree. I went in and didn't come out for a long time. Did I, Miss Grace? Sure did. Smiley ain't scared. Well, Smiley got to be scared about. Exactly. Thank you very much for that. Exactly. Makes you wonder. But now don't get it twisted. I am speaking Read between the lines. I am speaking after these children were placed, after these boys was placed. Let me get back to my regular scheduled program.
Have evidence.
Okay.
If they brought a charge. Now, in that last video, Candace says she's never been charged with the crime. Well, we found otherwise. If it's the right Candace Bly. But Don says, well, you've been charged, but it was dismissed. She said, well, yeah, I was charged, but it was dismissed. And I said, do you care if I ask what the charge was? No. It was bad.
It was bad.
Don was honest with us. He was forthcoming, but what was it? What was it that CPS had enough evidence on, I assume, Candace, to charge her criminally or with a summons or a warrant, a charge? Because he said, well, you were charged, but it was dismissed. If it was dismissed, there had to be a charge to dismiss.
Okay.
And if it was charged, there had to be at least some type of probable cause, some type of evidence that would justify a judge signing the charges on her or a prosecutor and saying, hey, yeah, we can prosecute this. Now, why is it that charges were dismissed? Was it a ploy? Was it a means to an end where social services said, hey, CPS says, hey, let's charge you with this. They don't have the money for an attorney. They don't want to be aggravated with it. They don't know what else is going to come out. They'll get scared. They'll make a deal. They'll let us have 3 boys. Let's do it. It's possible. I've seen, in 40 years, I've seen everything. That's why I don't trust a lot of people. Some people say, Fred, you don't trust nobody. It's about right. I don't. I've seen it just because somebody carries a title or a badge. I said it to him, and I meant that part. Just because somebody carries a badge doesn't make them honest. You don't get honesty and integrity and character from a little piece of metal around with you. Don't do it.
Now that we agree on. Now you're getting somewhere.
If they dismiss charges on Candace for some kind of bad charge, any one of them children, just in order to get custody, they're as bad as she is.
Thank you, Nina.
In my book. Because if you got enough proof and you got enough evidence and you got enough to convict her, then you're going to be taking the kids anyway.
Right.
Why not put that person? Why not get a conviction on that person for what you got? That's just my opinion. Again, I didn't charge Candace. I'm not pointing my finger at Candace. Dawn says that she was charged. She said she was charged, but it was dismissed. That's their. We're going to bring up some videos here in a minute, and you guys may understand things a little bit better.
You said that an hour ago.
Don said he had 7 alibis. Candace has none. We're going to talk about that. This goes back to the part of where I say where 2 or more
are together, one will talk. Yeah.
Where 2 or more are involved, one will talk.
Mm-hmm.
Don says in a tape interview, evidently.
Yeah.
I've got 7 alibis. Candace has none.
Mm-hmm.
She's going
down.
She's going down.
Candace has nothing.
Guys, that's not Fred and Sheila pointing the finger at Candace, pointing the finger at Don. This is what Don has said.
That's his own words.
We've heard it on tape.
Yeah.
That's his own words. Don says he has 7 alibis. Candace has none, and she's going down. Down for what? Is that a clue? Should that be a clue to law enforcement? We're going to discuss law enforcement in a minute because I'm not shy. I'll tell you in a minute what I would do if I was in charge of this investigation or what I would have done. But we'll get to that. Hindsight's 2020. It's easy to point the finger, but why wasn't Summer given a physical when CPS became involved in if abuse was suspected?
The day before when they were there.
The day before, they cleared them.
Yeah.
Don says that the day before that she disappeared, CPS showed up along with the supervisor and they closed the case out. Well, if that's true, There was 2 mattresses laying down in the basement floor. One where Summer and her brother slept,
Yeah.
and another mattress where Dawn and Candace slept.
Right.
With what looks to me like porn on the TV. On one video I saw, some woman raising her shirt up. Looked to me like it was blurred out, but looks to me like porn. CPS. When was CPS called in to start this investigation? See, I'd like to ask that question while we were there, but and let's go back to this. Again, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm telling you, as a police officer, what I look at. Every time something would come up or I would start asking questions, I'm going inside. Well, she'd go inside.
Yeah, they're not going to clear a case within one day. They're just not going to do it. Usually it takes at least 30 days. They're just not going to do it in one day. I don't believe that. You're not going to make me believe that. That's just my opinion. And I think, you know, Don knew that. Yeah, I don't believe they were cleared. And I think they were scared Summer was going to talk. You know? It's just wild.
And then she would come back outside. I don't want to be on camera, but she's back outside. Now it's her house. She can go and come as she pleases. I have no problem with that.
Exactly.
But when I would ask another question, what I would think was relevant, or Sheila would ask a question, here, talk to this one. Or she said, tell you, if they want to know anything, to call sheriff's office or TBI. Every time a question was asked that may have been relevant, could have been a coincidence, guys. Could have been a total coincidence. But when a person goes into a frenzy when you're asking questions, or could it be? Could it be they're just inebriated?
Marie, I don't know if you heard me or I don't think it was yesterday. I think it was the day before. But I agree. And you know, polygraphs don't stand up in court. I'm personally glad. Hey, Susie, you're fine, honey. It's okay. I, myself, personally, the only thing I'm glad that anybody in the world does polygraphs for is I think it shows that, you're willing to clear yourself, whether you pass or not. And, we can all go, oh, they didn't pass, or, even me, because we can have our public opinions. I think it does kind of sway public opinion. But if you're willing, in my opinion, to take it or not, especially if you're, the parent or the last one with the person or whatever. And that goes as far as if you're with a missing person or if you're in a store and money comes up missing or whatever. I think that's what it's good for, but it don't stand up in court. I just think it's, a good tool. I think it shows whether you take one or not. Why lie about it? But as far as why are they not cleared if they pass one, you're saying they would have been cleared. Not necessarily. Because again, they don't stand up in court. Can they be used in court? Sure. And they can also be thrown out of court. I know for a fact, I know for a fact somebody very reliable saw Candace's in her car. Now, they didn't ask her to bring it out or anything, but it was in her car. You would think if she passed it, she'd have been more than happy to show it, bring it out of her car, yada, 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 but she did not. Now, allegedly, and I am saying allegedly because I don't know it to be a fact, but allegedly, rumor is Don took one and lost those papers at the jail, or they at the jail lost those papers. Well, if that is true, if it's true, I don't know, but if it's true, why didn't he make it a point to go back down and get a copy or see to it that somebody pulled those copies for him? I don't understand. But yeah, that's the way that works, Marie. Thank you for that, though. But yeah, they would not have been cleared just because of that, whether they passed or they didn't. Yeah, they said somebody stole them. Grace, thank you.
Could it be that they're really upset because they're missing a child?
Mm-hmm.
Could it be that they're trying to redirect and change the direction of that question, or don't want somebody answering it? Could it be D, all the above? It could be any and all.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you all find it suspicious? I did as a police officer. Not enough to say, this person's done this, this person's done that. We're not doing that. We're still not claiming they done anything wrong. We don't know. But when you put all these clues and all these things together, CPS, why didn't CPS take, that would have eliminated all the rumors of her being SA'd or any of the boys being SA'd. Had social services just said, hey, it's our policy, and if it's not their policy, it should be. It's our policy to take these children for a physical. First thing we want to do is go get all the children examined. We've had a complaint. We're going to follow it through. When it's all said and done, everything will be clear, and you know it's right, and we know it's right. That's the way you do it. Wouldn't it have been something if they'd taken her for an exam and the boys and then interviewed them?
I wonder how many times has we call it social services. How many times have they been there?
Good question. Good question. Is that that's a good question. Is that the only complaint they've ever had in the children's lives?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, there was 4 other states. I don't know if I covered that earlier, but the 4 other states took 4 different states took different children. They've had 9 children, and children have been taken in 4 different states. Is that CPS? Is that a conspiracy? Because there's nobody better at claiming everything to be a conspiracy than Fred McCoy. I think everything's a guy asked me one time, he said, Fred, why's everything got to be a conspiracy to you? Well, because I don't trust nobody. But even a person that believes everything's a conspiracy, I have a hard time believing that 4 different states conspired with each other, and their goal was nothing more than to delete these 2 people of their children. That's hard to believe without cause. If it was one state and they took them all or done something, you could say that. 4 different states, CPS came involved. If abuse was suspected, why did they not take those kids for medical exam? All kids should have had it. Don says that they were cleared that day.
Yeah.
That they said, okay, everything's done. Guys, from the videos that we've seen from back then to now, it doesn't look like a lot of stuff has changed. On the video that the detective did, he went through the house with Candace showing him around. He went through the house. That's where I saw the video on the TV downstairs, where he's going down
Yeah.
the stairs. Now, in our opinion, Don, Grandma, Candace, and 3 boys may know more than the police have been told. Now, guys, we're not accusing,
No.
but we're saying in our opinion, we believe that
There's
they
more
may
to the
know more. It may not pertain to them actually doing anything or being involved.
Mhm.
I don't want to condemn.
No.
I don't want to critique. I don't know what they've done, but it doesn't seem to me like they've been interviewed correctly or interrogated, or I just don't see it. I think these people should have been questioned more in depth than, and I'm gonna tell you my strategy at the end of this video, what I would have done or what I.
Kiki, I think that it's possible that some more people might know. I don't know now. Over all these years, I kind of doubt it. I think they're just thinking it, but it's possible. I think people's kind of put things together. It's possible they might have confided in somebody, or I don't know. But I think everybody on the YouTube, or not in the YouTube streets, just in general, all right, let me say this. Yeah, everybody, I was saying it right. I think everybody and their brother has been accused of taking Summer, including myself, including PG, including Benny Key, including everybody. Everybody, Jody Sue, all the neighbors. It depends on what day it is with Don and Candace. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't in the future blame Fred and Sheila. Just saying. But in my personal opinion, I don't think anyone. Now, let me reel this back in. Does Hunter know? Possibly. Possibly. And that may be the extent of it. Did Allie know? Possibly. And possibly, that might have been the extent. But anybody else? No. I think it lies with Grandis, Candace, and Dawn. That's hands down. Period. Hands down. And I think it will either one of those will fold. Grandis will either die with it, or she'll fuck up like she did on that interview. It's possible. I'm going to say this. It's possible, in my opinion. It's possible, in my opinion only. And I know what y'all are going to say, but it's possible, in my opinion, that Grandis and Dawn concocted this whole damn thing without Candace's knowledge. It's very possible. Sadly. And I can't believe I just spit that out here. But nobody's forgot about that damn old woman. So you wanted my opinion? You want my truthful opinion? Don't ask me unless you want the truth. Oh, you're welcome, Kiki.
I would do tomorrow if it was me. Somebody said, I don't believe that Dawn and Candace have anything to do with Summer's missing. Sheila and I agree. Sheila, that was one of the statements. Somebody said, I don't believe they got anything to do with it. Sheila and I agree. We want to reiterate, as of right now, there's no evidence of them being involved. Thinking somebody had something to do with something and having evidence is two different things. We don't want to convict them on opinions or thinking. My opinion is that they need to be looked at harder, more closely by some good investigators and put the facts out there and put reality out there. And that's my opinion. If they lawyer up, they lawyer up. If they lawyer up, in my opinion, that's a clue. Because what parent lawyers up if there's nothing there? There's no reason to lawyer up except to make a plea deal. And I'm hoping that's what happens later on if anybody is guilty of this. Sheila and I agree and want to reiterate. We have no evidence whatsoever that would allow us to point the finger at Candace and Dawn. But just like TBI and Sheriff's Office says, nobody's been ruled out. And I don't think from the research that we've been doing here in the last few days, I don't think they should be ruled out neither. They're not ruled out. They shouldn't be, according to the police, not been ruled out. We also like to reiterate that Tennessee does have the death penalty.
Yes,
Sheila done some research on that. We were doing that last video, and I said, I don't know if Tennessee has the death penalty or not. Well, while I'm talking, Sheila's over there, and she says, before we got off that topic, she said Tennessee has the death penalty, and they do. And they have no time limit.
Hold up. Am I hearing that right? Did he just say he's a 40-year cop, ex-cop? He lives in Kentucky, just right there. And am I understanding he had no idea that Tennessee had the death penalty? And look, I'm not trying to throw any shade, but we have the only girl that is fixing to be put to death and is news on Tennessee death row here in a couple of months. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Krista Pike, that's right. I mean, you would think, I just can't get over this, although I don't have much time. Maybe I'm just a news freak or something. Although, I mean, everybody knows this. Even people that don't watch the mainstream media or is in around Kentucky, even in the boondocks, and they travel, they know. I wasn't sure I heard that right. And yes, honey, y'all need to be studying up on this. This is fucking history right here. Pardon my French. And this has been going on. This is not something new. This is for reals, honey. That just blew me away. Do they have the death penalty? Let me look that up. What? Say what? Why are you working on cases in Tennessee? Let's go.
Limitations on certain charges such as murder and such as that. No time of limitations. Who wants to go through life with this over their head? Who wants to go through life?
When that knock is going to come to the door.
Or even if it don't come, just the guilt. If you've got a heart, and I believe everybody's got a heart and a soul. I believe everybody's got a conscience. That's why God gave us a conscience. A conscience, you can call it a conscience. That's a name for it, but that's God. Your conscience is God. And when you get ready to steal that set of glasses, God says, oh, that's them yours, Fred. No, they're not mine. When you get ready to steal that, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Car,
that yours?
whatever.
Is that yours, Fred? No, it's not mine. That's your conscience. That's God talking to you. And when you've done something bad or wrong, and especially one of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill. That's one of the 10 commandments. But he also says you can be forgiven. Got to ask, you got to redeem, be redeemed, come clean. And more important things than freedom in this life. We're going somewhere after this.
Mm-hmm.
As much publicity as this case has gotten, no doubt a prosecutor would seek the death penalty in this case if it's solved. There's no doubt in our mind that the prosecutor there in Hawkins County would seek the death penalty in this case. No doubt. If there's not a plea agreement where the party or parties have voluntarily come forth. Guys, that's where you get your lawyers at. I'm not talking to any particular person or people. I'm talking to whoever took that child or knows where that child is. I have a feeling that child is in those woods. She could have gotten mad. Well, we don't know that she actually went to the basement. We don't know that that's where she went from. We don't know. We know what everybody's said over the years. Don't always, you can't believe everything everybody tells you. Again, I don't want to point the finger at people, but has people told lies? Has people fibbed? Has people made up? I've got 7 alibis. She has none. She's going down. Down for what? Does that not raise curiosity? What did he mean?
Mm-hmm.
What did he mean? We don't know that she went out that back door. That's what people said she did.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that. Don't always believe everything you're told. Don't believe nothing you're told. Investigate. If there's not a plea agreement where the party or parties voluntarily come forth, guys, all you got to do is get you a good lawyer. You can get a bad lawyer and let him go to the prosecutor and say, hey, who the prosecutor there is, but hey, I've got a person or people and they want to come clean about the whereabouts and what happened to Candace, to Summer. What will you offer? What can we do here?
See, not everyone is, and we can have different opinions. That's okay. There's a lot of things I can agree to disagree on. But when people intentionally hurt children, I struggle very deeply with that because, well, really I don't, because there's a lot I can forgive, and I know this in the Bible, God can forgive and all that. And I truly believe in God. I believe that, but one thing I just can't personally forgive is hurting children. It's I can't. To me, children deserve love. They deserve to be safe and protected. They deserve a chance to grow up without fear. They do. And when people as an adult, or even especially as an adult, deliberately steals that innocent from these children, the damage is done. It lasts a lifetime. The trauma, these children never get the opportunity to heal. Some of them, they don't. Some of them never get to grow up because of your actions. I don't respect you when you hurt a child. I'm sorry, I don't. Everybody has their own beliefs, and that's all fine and good. They don't mean that I don't respect you and what your beliefs is, or who you forgive. You know, I may love you. You can't help how you feel or how you love or, you know, what your mind thinks. That's okay. I still appreciate and I still love you. That's fine. But don't expect me to give a damn about somebody that's hurting kids. I just simply can't do that. I can't. Not when children has intentionally been harmed. I believe there should be accountability. I believe there should be justice. I don't believe there's any excuse in this world. And same goes for animals. Fuck it. If I see you on the side of the road and I'm driving down the road and you're kicking a fucking animal, I'm going to get out and beat your ass. I'm sorry, or I'm going to try. I might get killed in the process, but don't do it around me, honey. God knows, don't put Smiley on that road. Better turn me the other way. And there's no comparison between animals and a human. I know that. I'm not freaking stupid. Don't let me see it. But don't choose to do that shit. Not around me. They didn't choose to be here during your 5 minutes of pleasure. That don't mean I support hate. I don't support no vigilante bullshit. But it means I can't handle it. I can't. It means I believe in our legal system. It means we should hold offenders fully accountable in our communities. And we should do everything possible to protect our children from abuse and exploitation. And if you're a survivor or someone who loves a survivor, I want you to know you all matter. Your story matters. Your healing matters. And nobody has the right to tell you how or when or whether you should forgive. That's a deeply personal decision. Period. Period. God can forgive. He's the creator.
Well, we want to know where she's at. We want to know if she's deceased, where the remains are. We want them recovered.
How did it take place?
We want everything truthfulness. If they catch them in one lie, we will do this, and this. I don't know. I'm not a prosecutor, but I guarantee you a prosecutor would work with an attorney, because a prosecutor like Sheila and I or anybody want to know where this baby's at. Mm-hmm. And especially if she's alive and been abused. Definitely. Remember, where two or more are involved, one will talk. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
One will talk. One will talk when they get mad.
Yeah.
They get angry. 7 eyes, she has none. She's going down. I don't know. Is that, again, that's very concerning to hear somebody make a statement like that.
Mm-hmm. It is.
They get vengeful.
Yeah.
They get scared that the other person's going to talk. See, people get scared. Mm-hmm. I want you to. If there's two involved, they may just be one person involved. And again, she may have just wandered off. It may have been an accident. We're going to talk about something here in a minute. Sheila brought up that may be an accident, but either way, we've got some kind of a cover up. We don't know where Summer's at.
Right.
But is it not concerning to the other person that maybe someday, do you think that, let's hypothetical.
Okay.
Do you think that if Candace and Don were involved with the disappearance of Summer, Candace and Don are drinking.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you so much.
And Candace hears Don make a statement like that. I've got 7 alibis. She's got none. She's going down. Is that going to concern Candace if she's done anything wrong?
Sure
Is that
will.
going to cause concern for her?
Will cause her to panic.
Every time they get inebriated or intoxicated or not thinking correctly, do they have to worry about the other one being picked up on a charge or something, then saying, hey, I'll make a deal with you. I'll give you. And boys, I'm going to tell you what, if somebody ever makes a deal on this, the other one's getting the death penalty.
Yeah.
You can believe it.
Oh, thank
What
you
Sheila
again,
say
Billy.
earlier.
Thank you. Whoop, whoop.
There's what you said earlier.
Thank you, Kiki. Whoop,
If
whoop.
one talks, the other one walks. One walks. Yeah.
That's sad to think that the justice system, we would have to let one go. But
Yeah. If they talk, they walk.
would a prosecutor do that just in order to find out what happened? I would hope he would.
Yeah.
2 more. Speaking of death, the other person always has to look over their back because dead people don't talk. Dead man or a dead woman doesn't talk, guys. So if there's 2 of you involved and you're scared, wait a minute, I'm afraid he's going to get drunk and say something. I'm afraid she's going to get drunk and say something, or intoxicated or drugged up or whatever. Talking hypotheticals here. This could be anybody. This doesn't only mean, again, nobody's ruled out, but does either one of them, if there's 2 people involved, does either one of them ever think to themselves, wow, I could wake up dead. I could get an overdose. I could get a shot and be overdosed while I'm sleeping. I could be.
You had a case like that, if you remember.
I could be. Yeah, I had a lady that her husband was a bank robber. Her husband was a deputy sheriff. Pike County deputy sheriff in Kentucky. I was a detective, my partner and I. She came to us. He'd been robbing banks. Put this deputy uniform on underneath the coveralls. Go in and rob a bank, take the coveralls off, drive down the road like he's looking for the bad guy. He's looking for the bank robber. She came to us. He was going to kill now. He'd already allegedly killed. He didn't allegedly. He actually does a picture in one of my things where we were out there digging. Had a shovel in my hand and a bulldozer behind us, and they're digging a trash pile trying to uncover her ex-husband's body where this deputy sheriff had killed her husband for insurance money so he could have her. Now she's concerned that he's going to kill her. And she came to us and took us to where another body, one of the fellow bank robbers, had been killed. We found his body, the cadaver dog. So, yeah, but she was so concerned. And in fact, they end up down the road indicting her on charges also because she was involved in some stuff. So she didn't get off completely free. But she was so concerned that he was going to kill her that she rode over on him. Now, this is a little bit different story. This is a child. Right. This is Tennessee. This is one of the most publicized stories that's ever been in Tennessee. And you can bet the death penalty is going to be on the table. Guys, you can't shut the door after the cow gets out. You got to make a deal while they're still making time. Once somebody tells on the other one or does something, you can't come up and say, wait a minute, I want to tell you my side. You hit it. Get it. Done told it. We done got you. You're had. You're going down. Sometimes the perp simply starts feeling guilty and tells himself it's either S side or I'm going to have to tell the truth. It gets so unbearable to them that drugs, alcohol, nothing can fill that void. They know they've done wrong. It's just a something inside of them they can't. And I've worked enough cases of people like this they tell you, I knew I was either going to do this or I was going to turn myself in. It was either S side or I'm going to turn myself in.
Yeah.
I got to tell the truth, but I've got to do something.
Yeah.
Serve their time and get out, go on about their lives. Still life. I've used once again one person against another many times, and I have. We say it's better to get one as neither. If there's 2 people or more involved, I'd rather have one as none. And I'm hoping the prosecutor there feels the same way. I'd rather have one person and know what happened to this little angel than we would to go forevermore and say, well, if we ever get them, we're going to throw the book at them. I'll tell you that. If we ever get them, we'll throw the book at them. Well, let's throw the book at one of them. Let's throw the book at one. Let's throw the book to the one that was late in coming to the table. What's that? The early bird gets the worm. The early bird gets to buy. The early bird gets to move away, go somewhere else, start over. Somebody knows.
Lord. Grace, I am dying. I am dying over here. And show poodles, I don't think so. I done forgot. I done forgot. I don't think so. Last video I saw was the one of Ronnie Lawson. I may be wrong. I done ate some popcorn, honey. I done ate some popcorn. Kiki said, I don't think so either. I wonder how many bruises he's got on his leg. Y'all, I need to stop. Sometimes we gotta laugh. We gotta laugh to keep from crying. Oh, Lord, y'all are too much in here. You're too much. Listen, let's smile through the hard times and the hard conversations. Truth with a heart, the smiley way. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Truth, facts, and a little bit of smiley. I love all of y'all. Lord. Lord.
Knows you. You're free.
Lesser charge, whatever. Yeah.
Or lesser charge. I mean, that's up to the attorneys and prosecutor.
Right.
I'm saying if I had to let one of them go completely, that's me talking. That doesn't mean they go by anything I say.
Right.
But I'm telling people, if there's two or more involved right now, if I had to let one of you go and move away, as long as we got the other one and we got that little baby, know where she's at. That's what it's about. The one who walks away gets the deal. The one who talks gets the deal.
Yeah.
The one who talks gets the deal. Death sentence to the other.
Yeah.
Like Sheila says, one talks, one walks. Same one that talks, walks.
Right.
Sometimes sad to have to let one go free, but it's a means to an end. Sometimes that's all we got, guys. But it's better to let one go free than it is two people go free or five people go free, or
And still not know, yeah.
when it's that, or never knowing where Summer is, or if she's dead or alive. We'd rather make a deal. Drug overdose, set up, like self-defense. You know, have you ever seen people just go off the wall and you think, wow, if that person went off like that on me, wow. Or that one went off on me like that, wow. Or there's tapes, or there's criminal records where people's got domestic violences and they've been accused of doing something and there's criminal records of this. And then all of a sudden that person comes up dead. And cops come, they say, well, say, oh, he attacked me. Oh, she attacked me. Oh, they attacked me. I had to defend myself. Well, what's the old saying a while ago? Dead people don't talk. You've only getting one history here. You're getting a person laying there on the floor dead, and you're getting this person saying, hey, I've had domestic violences. I've had reports. You've seen on videotape how people can act and carry on and how dangerous they sound. Because I've heard this on a lot of people. I've heard videos. Sheila and I have been researching.
Yeah.
And there's where people calls in to people's YouTubers and go off.
Mm.
And you're thinking, wow, I would consider that threatening if I heard that. And then they say, I had no choice. I had a butcher knife. I thought they was going to kill me. I had to defend myself. That's all the cops got to go on, guys. As a police officer, that's all you got to go on. And that's what the other person, if there's two people involved in this, that's what the other person's got to worry about. When you lay down at night thinking, is this person over there thinking beside of me that I'm going to roll on them? Because I'm laying here thinking, are they going to roll on me?
Get mad. And
if you're thinking that, don't think they ain't thinking it. Who's going to get there first? Who's going to do it first? Guys, we want to talk about this red truck. We're going to show a video here.
This is very interesting, guys. Very, very interesting. Right here, let's start
This
with
is
this one.
pertaining to the red truck.
So the red truck, the business about the red truck, they're saying it's like a 1998 to 2000 maroon or red Toyota Tacoma. That's pretty specific, with a bed ladder rack along with white buckets in the truck bed. Who saw that and was so smart to get all that information and then remember it and then actually regurgitate it? Whose information is that?
So it was a witness in the area who believes they saw that red truck.
Now, guys, very interesting comment right there.
Yeah, that was.
It was a witness in the area.
Mhm.
It was a witness in the area. Now, you got to remember the red truck had ladder racks on it and had a bunch of white buckets in the back. White drywall buckets, paint buckets. Who's a drywaller in the family? I'm not pointing fingers. As an investigator, I'm asking questions. Would that be somebody's truck that would be into drywall? Could it have been somebody
Who's the
working
drywaller in the
with
family?
Don, or
Lord.
somebody borrowed somebody else's vehicle? He says it was a witness in the area.
Mhm.
Well, we know it wasn't Don because Don says he was in Jonesboro working. He was on the job. Let's play this second video.
This one here. Okay.
Road. He lives
he
in
wouldn't
town
have-
in some nice house somewhere. Okay, he don't live on my
But he
road.
wouldn't have an idea of it. He just has.
I
no
know
clue.
my road. I know my road better than Ronnie Lawson does. I'll tell you like that. I'm
I
not
would
trying
agree
to
with
be
that.
against him or whatever. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm the one
so
that
that's
took the
just not
pictures
true.
of that red truck.
Whoa.
Came back up on us.
I hope they caught that. If they didn't, then we can,
Yeah.
I'll put.
I will have you
Okay.
right here to play it over and over, 2 or 3
Woo.
times.
Oh, thank you so much, Billy.
Over and over.
Thank
First of all,
you.
Brian Ian said that
Woo.
a witness
Mm,
saw the red truck. A witness couldn't have been Don because Don's on the job in Jonesboro.
right.
Here,
I love
Don
seeing
is on an
those
interview with
videos.
somebody, and he says, I'm the one that took the picture of the red truck.
Yeah.
Now, we could be misinterpreting something here. We could be wrong, like I always say. We don't understand that because we're going to let you hear another comment in a minute because that was Don. That's his
Mhm.
voice.
That's him.
And he just said that I'm the one that took the picture of the red truck. Well, Brian Eden says that the red truck was identified the day that Summer come up missing.
Right.
Well, when she come up missing, Don was supposed to be on the job somewhere.
Mhm.
Now let's play this one here and see if you guys. Again, I'm not pointing the finger. We're showing you the difference in stories and how they contradict themselves. And when you have stories and things that contradict themselves, that person may want to be looked at a little bit closer.
So here's the other one here.
Relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because.
Put it on us.
Okay.
Did you guys hear that? So it sets in your mind.
Mhm.
We don't know nothing about no red truck.
Right.
Well, Don has just told a lie, in my opinion. I'm not pointing the finger. I'm not saying he's responsible for his daughter's disappearance, but I'm telling you
There's discrepancies here.
that he's told 2 different stories.
Mhm.
He says, I'm the one that took the picture of the red truck.
Yeah.
And then he says, we don't know nothing about no red truck. Which one is it? Did he take a picture of a red truck? Or does he not know anything about a red truck? We don't know. We don't know which one it is or whether it would even have any relevance. Brian Eaton says that the red truck had came up. A witness had seen the red. Who is the witness? Who is that witness? Is that witness somebody from the sheriff's office that says, we got a picture of a red truck here and they just wanted some evidence to put out, and Don gave them this picture and they said a witness gave us this way? That's not a witness. That's a possible suspect, and that's a suspect that should be on the job in Jonesboro. How can he give you a picture of a red truck that was there that day when he's not even around there, supposedly?
Doesn't make sense there.
Doesn't make sense, guys. It doesn't add up. It doesn't pass the taste test or smell test.
Nope.
Let's talk about the red truck. We wanted to show 3 videos. We showed them. Again, assuming the sighting of the red truck was true, were there drywall buckets in the back? Was it supplies a drywaller would be carrying? We know Don's a drywaller. See, I'm not pointing fingers. Just because we bring out, guys, in an investigation, when you bring out certain elements, certain criteria, that doesn't mean but you've got to rule people out. You've got to be able to say, hey, but when you're showing a truck with a ladder rack and white buckets in the back, 5-gallon buckets, which is either drywall or paint, and you've got a person of interest that's a drywaller, that raises suspicion. That needs to be looked at closer. But if he says he was the one who reported the red truck, it wouldn't have been him. He couldn't have been because he was at work. Could this so-called red truck be from an employee or a former employee? Could somebody be trying to point the direction? It happens. 40 years, I've seen it all. Could somebody be trying to point the direction toward another drywaller, another person? I don't know. I'm asking a question.
Right.
Most people know you need a body or a witness for a conviction of murder or overwhelming circumstantial evidence, such as phones pinging off certain towers that shows that you're in that area, or traffic light cameras, etc. Overwhelming evidence, and overwhelming evidence that a lot of prosecutors wouldn't even fool with. A lot of prosecutors don't fool with overwhelming circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial is something other than physical evidence or an eyewitness. Circumstantial, it would have to be so overwhelming because, guys, once you charge somebody, indict them, try them, and they come back with a verdict, that's over with. That person can't be tried for that again. That's double jeopardy. So I can see a prosecutor not wanting to take a chance with no body or with no witness. I can see that.
Okay.
Most criminals know as long as that's my story and I'm sticking to it, they're good. Most people know, guys, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Or I've lawyered up. Talk to my lawyer. However, they can never, ever be positive that the other person may slip up and get mad or sell them out. That's the good thing about if there's 2 people. If there's 2 people involved in any of this, then that's the great thing, because someday maybe one of them, before they die or before something happens,
Billy.
maybe one of them will squeal on the other. One of them.
Billy sent 10 jewels.
I said, if you see something on a video, you don't like it, let us know. We'll edit it. You guys hear me say that when I left?
Yeah.
Some people commented that in the comments. And I say, hey, I told him, and then I told Candace. When I told Don, he said, whatever.
That's right, Bama Cat.
But I said it to both of them. Some people say, why would you edit? Well, would you edit or would that be a clue? Would you edit or would that be a clue? If a person calls you up and says, hey, I don't like where you put in there about this, where Candace had a reporter. I don't like this.
Would you edit or would that be a clue? What the frick?
That would be a clue. Why wouldn't you like that? If there's nothing wrong with it, if there's nothing. Now, Candace and Don, neither one has contacted us and said, hey, take this out, take that out, edit this, edit that. I wish you hadn't put this. Neither one of them has done that. We think it's good. We think it's good.
To be honest, I don't think
neither one of them has contacted us and said, take this out, or because if they did, as an investigator,
don't let me put no words
we would find that interesting. And we would even look at that even more closely. That would be a clue to look at that even harder.
Yep.
Right, babe?
Exactly. I agree with that one.
What we were
Yeah.
looking,
I said there'd be something that we
Yeah,
might
that
be
part.
missing, so we'd go back and check it out again to make sure that we've covered all the bases on it.
we would look at it harder because there's some reason they don't want us to have that in there. They didn't contact us. So again, that's what we were looking for is that there would be a clue of something they didn't want out. They didn't contact us. Again, it's not about the parents, it's about Summer to us. But we want to be fair. That's me and Sheila. That's why we wrote. We want to be fair with everybody.
Sure.
We're not beyond pointing the finger if it ever comes to the point where there's enough evidence or enough proof to say, hey, what did the boys see? Oh, the boys are such critical.
That's
crucial, huh?
That's major right there.
The boys are crucial, especially the oldest one in this case, to go back and see.
I hear he is going to talk. Maybe
We hope those boys talk
maybe y'all can get an
as they
interview
get
with
older.
him, Fred, Sheila.
We have seen
Maybe.
polygraphs
We'll
and
see.
comments reference to a sheriff, Brian Eden, but can't find the video. We've seen other YouTubers that says, well, they took polygraphs and the sheriff said they passed them. Well, he told us they took polygraphs and passed them. We've seen other YouTubers report it, and we've asked other YouTubers, where did you see that at? We can't find that Brian Eden video. In fact, we were on there years ago on that show, and we still had their phone number in our phone. When we found the I-75 shooter, we called and talked to Carrie, and Carrie couldn't remember it. It was late in the day, and she was going to look for it later on and so forth. But we still haven't seen where Brian was interviewing the sheriff, and the sheriff said both of them passed the polygraph. They could be out there, and that'd be great to see. I can't see it. Really, just can't see a sheriff, a public official, saying somebody passed or failed a polygraph during an active investigation, an active and ongoing investigation. I just can't see it. Could have happened. Anything's possible. May be true, but without proof, we must assume it's a spread by rumor.
Yep.
I don't.
Maybe you should have asked Candace while you were up there to whip out hers and show you hers. I mean, while she was showing the pictures, I mean, I don't know, maybe she would have whipped out hers and been glad to show you the one she passed, you know, as long as you wasn't showing her on camera. She did show you the pictures after all. I mean, just a thought, you are a 40-year retired cop, remember? I mean, just a thought from a girl from Nashville, Tennessee. Yes, yes, absolutely. It is so unreal. It is so unreal how many that they have going missing per month. It is unbelievable. 500 to 600 per month. You know, Nashville is becoming so dangerous, and it's one of the worst places to live, honestly. Hey, Seth. Hello. Good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, take notice. The individuals on the screen is why dating your cousin, no matter how many numbers it's before, always had you. Seth, personal question. What would you take their call if they called you today? I'm just wondering. A lot of people is wondering if you would speak to them today. I'm just wondering. No, they don't know why they didn't call you to begin with. I don't know why everybody leaves Seth out. I'm just saying. We don't know. No, you don't have to answer that, Seth. You don't have to. I'm just wondering. This is a trip. Oh, Lord. Everybody wants to leave Seth out. I think it's wrong. I think it is wrong. Yeah, where's he been all day? He's probably been sleeping. He stays up all night with night court. I know what he does. Hell, I fell asleep again early last night. My God, I was in my chair in here and I fell asleep. I did. Y'all, let's take a little breather for a minute. And then when I woke up, it was only, I say only, I've been trying to stay up a little bit later here lately, but it was like 12 o'clock. And I'm like, Jesus. So I finally went and got in the bed. So I don't know about y'all, but I was just tired. I had been wore slap out. We ought to send Fred to Chris and Katie's house. Honey, I believe they would go. Yeah, make it make sense to call a person who hates the child, wishes they were dead. Exactly. Make it make sense. I can't make sense of some of this. I really can't. You know, and again, not trying to throw shade, although I know that I've been kind of doing that. And, you know, I apologize if that's the way it come out. But it is what it is over here at Smiley's World. But again, with this one, like it was the other day, I had to stop it for a little bit over 4 minutes, not 5, but a little bit over 4 minutes in, because some of the things I was hearing, I was like, holy cow, I can't sit through this 1150 times. I got to stop and do this with my chat because this ain't even making sense, honey. So, yeah, it's wild. It's wild. But all right, let's carry on. Big smile, shoulders back, sit up straight, get your coffee, be kind, see the truth. Here we go. says, I will, Smiley. Don't worry. I got all the shade they need. Ooh, Lordy. Ooh. Here we go.
Now, Don says he passed the polygraph, him and Candace. He says his papers are gone. Somebody the jail stole his papers. Candace has her papers. Of course, I could be wrong, but I believe that's one of the times that Candace either said, call the SO or TBI, or got up and stormed out and went back inside again. Because our next question would have been,
can we see it?
Yeah. Can you show us Candace's? That would have been our next question. But something happened. I can't remember, and I could be wrong. Maybe I changed the subject. Maybe Dom brought up CPS again. I don't know.
I don't think she was outside at the time, but I could be wrong.
Oh, yes. Oh, during the polygraph. Yeah, she was out there when he was talking about the criminal charges, where she said, I ain't never been charged. Okay. Well, maybe that's why, but something we didn't ask.
Right.
I'd like to sing Candace's. That would have been great. That would have been a great time to show us that. I would find it shocking that an active law enforcement officer would tell that publicly. Either way, whether they passed or failed. With Don's past, Don's been around the block, guys. Don will tell you this. Don, I got on here somewhere. This is a tough guy. He's been through it over the years. Don is a tough old man. You guys can look at him and think humble. He was very gracious to us. Go ahead and tape. You can tape me. You can do this. You can do that.
No.
Very gracious.
Like I said, y'all were snowed.
Guys, that guy would tear somebody apart if he gets in the right frame of mind.
Oh, come on.
That guy has been, I'm giving you my thoughts from a man that's with the criminal history, the criminal record that he's got. I don't think he's a wimp. Let me put it like that. I don't think Don is a wimp in any manner or sort of the word. I think Don is very capable of handling and taking care of himself.
Listen, looks deceive, but let's say this. I will say this. But however, you got to remember, did you not know about this part of the story? he ended up, when he got back, when Jose was up there with his wife, he found out about. He didn't rip him apart. I mean, there might have been words exchanged, but hell, he ended up letting him stay with him, right? Sometimes looks deceive. You ought to know that. You're a 40-year ex-police officer. I don't think sometimes it's the biggest or the loudest. I'm just saying. Lord, how mercy, 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 mercy. Please stop judging books by their cover, honey.
Been around the block. He's been in the system
He's
since he was
definitely
a young man. I seen old.
You know what I think?
Booking pictures.
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
where he
This is
was
what
booked.
I think. This is what I think. I think, and I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to continue to watch this video. I think, just like Chris and Katie, I think after these two did this interview, because I really truly think they've been snowed, and my heart hurts for them for that their heartstrings were tugged on, because I do believe they're good old country people. I was going to say good old boys, but she's a girl, so, you know. Anyway, I believe they probably had the best intentions, but I don't believe they did their homework. And I believe, just like Chris and Katie, after they started watching a few of these interviews and people that has been into the Summer Wells case from the start and getting feedback, they've took a couple of days, in my opinion, to then go do their research. And now you can tell, in my opinion, that they're coming back after 2 days and saying what they feel needs to be said. That monkey ain't going to fly. That monkey ain't going to fly. We see you. You were snowed. Just admit it. Period. We can see it. We can see it.
Years past. He's been around. And when you've been around, you learn things. You learn things in prison. You get educated. You get hard. Now, I seen pictures of Don in church. I seen pictures of Don giving Sheila a religious book.
Yeah, we did.
He talks about God. I think Don means well. Don means well. Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. We just took a different approach when talking to Don and Candace. Don and Candace are tough people, guys. These are not meek and mellow people. These people are survivors. They're mountain people. They both have criminal histories. You're not going to frighten or scare these two people. Certain people know certain things about our justice system. They know how to handle investigations. Not that I'm saying that they're hiding anything or doing anything. Let me clarify that. But I'm saying these two people, he's not scared of the law and definitely not scared of a couple of old hillbilly YouTubers. Don wasn't. Don didn't see no fear in Sheila and I. And there was no need to. We were there looking for Summer, trying to see what we could find out on Summer. In the meantime, trying to see if anything he told us, TBI or Sheriff's Office could pick up on, or the FBI, that maybe he told us something or she told us something that was incorrect or different. Because that's what you look for. You look for stories that's inconsistent with each other. Inconsistent, you've got a child that's disappeared, but you've got an inconsistency here, you've got an inconsistency there, you've got, whoa, how did that happen? Because it either happened or it didn't. Said the other day, people said they didn't want to, had a disclaimer or didn't want to be on video or whatever. Guys, listen.
I'll go ahead and stop it. Cassie, why I seen that this morning. I wasn't looking for her channel. It just kind of popped up. I believe, you know, they don't show up like that, in my opinion, and hang the flyers and do those things unless it's either around some type of anniversary or you know, birthday or something like that. Hell, I'm like, this is freaking, I had to eat. I just, well, like I said, I just woke up and this interview popped up on my screen. I was like, holy cow. And then I was like, I had to count. This is August. What's going on in August? You know, I had to even think back. I'm like, nothing. And I thought the same thing you did when I saw her. I didn't watch it, but I'm like, oh, hell, she's out there hammering damn signs. What in the hell is going on? So anyway, I skipped through it. I didn't watch. I didn't hear her. I didn't do any of that stuff. I'm like, what? Why now? What the frick? What the fuck? What the FOOK is going on here? It's because they wandered up there and he told them, I am 40 years, honey, 40 years ex-law enforcement. And I am with the Hatfields and McCoys. And she knew, yes, I watched the Hatfields and McCoys. And then they got to study in their little books, I think, on the Hatfields and McCoys. Lord have mercy, in my opinion. Lord, do y'all know the Hatfields and McCoys? Lord, do you know, Candace, who the Hatfields and McCoys are? Shit, we better get out hanging these flyers. She got out there with her little hammer and nails. Grace. Well, we better stop reading this. Hey, Lady Justice, we better stop reading these Ellen White books, Lord. We're whatever. We better start reading Summer Moon Utah Wells' flyers and getting some nails and hammers. Oh, Lordy, we better travel down them hills and start hammering. No, actually, Don, you sit up here and prop your little legs up and let me run down here and hammer and nail some things up, because we gonna be famous. Yeah, we gonna be a famous feud people, and he's got both in his blood. He got the Hatfields and McCoys, honey. Lord, did you read this book, Don? What does this mean? What does this mean? Both the how can this be? How can this be, honey? How can you be both the Hatfields and McCoys? Candace wanted to know. She couldn't make it without Dawn. Yeah, I said, Fook. F-O-O-K, honey. What the fook? What the fook is going on, Donnie? Yeah, this is worse than the cornbread mafia. Oh, Lord, honey. Let me get down here and put up some signs. Honey, we don't need to go to church today. We don't need to be reading these books today. We need to hang Summer's flyers today. Ooh, but Lord, I need to be careful going by that cemetery where Ernie, the urn burn, might be. Now, Candace, you let me handle that. No, you sit there because he might punch you in the face. Didn't you say he was going to punch you in the face? Oh, I ain't worried about him. I ain't worried about the urn. You go over there and take care of the urn, hun. Can. Yeah, I know. I seen that, Bama Cat. I'm gonna probably go live on that, a short live later. Sickening. But let's put up these flyers. Right? All right. So let's see. Hold on a minute. Hold up.
If we never say anything that we're afraid to repeat, we never have to back up. If we never tell nothing but the truth, we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to back up and say, well, I meant this or I meant that.
We backed up in the first 4 minutes.
Tell the truth.
Truth will set you free.
That's all a person wants. Sheila, that's great. A good place to put that. Truth. No, seriously. Truth to say, I'm going back to if there's 2 or more involved, truth will set you. Truth is going to set somebody free. It's just ever who tells the truth first.
Yep.
Lawyer's up, goes to the prosecutor and says, hey, I want to tell you where she's at. I want to tell you what happened. That's it. It's as simple as that. The truth will set you free. Nobody else snooping around the house. Nobody else making accusations. Nobody. It's finally over. What a relief for somebody out there that says, hey,
yeah,
I'm
kind
ready
of
for
like
this to
Candace
end.
did in
I
that
can't
one
handle
video
this.
way back in the
Going to
day.
bed at night
Oh,
thinking
my
about it,
word,
waking up all night long thinking about it,
They don't
getting up in the
care.
morning
They just
thinking about it,
don't.
Under conviction.
trying to survive during the day thinking about it, trying to do what's right with God, because God says,
Okay, Kiki, thank you.
you got to come true, guys. Ever who? I'm not saying.
Whoever.
Yeah, I'm not saying. When I say guys, even though we're talking about, because we haven't talked to nobody else. Now, we plan on it. We plan on talking to some other people, which in the works. Hopefully it works out. He's not scared of law, and he's definitely not scared of Sheila and I. We appreciate how nice he was to us. Him and Candace. Candace went and got us those RCs, and she tried to, guys, you catch more bees with honey than vinegar.
That's for sure.
If Don knows something, no one's going to threaten him or beat it out of him. I can tell you that.
On top,
See, I was in the Marines.
hit all.
I was a police officer for 40 years. I'm a good judge of character. I'm a good judge of manhood. I'm a good judge of that right there is one tough hombre in my book. I would say Don's about as tough as they come. He's prison broke. You're not going to tell Don to do anything that he doesn't want to do. So when we went up on that hill that day and friendly and nice and Sheila's, we're like that anyway. We should be. Everybody should be like that when you meet people. We didn't go up there accusing him or condemning him, or it wasn't up our question and answer. It wasn't up there. Well, wait a minute. You said this. I said there one time, if I catch you in a fib, I'll call you out.
Sure.
I don't know if I would have or not. Because guys, when you start calling people out, now, if he was in a interrogation room and I'm a police officer and he's either under arrest or he can either lawyer up or leave, then I can accuse and I can say anything I want to say. But if I do anything on his property after inviting us up, all he's going to do is say, go ahead and leave, guys. We're done. It's over. Well, we didn't want it to be over. We wanted to talk to Don and Candace. So I don't know that I would have said anything, or if I did say anything, because I wanted him to talk, and he did. And we appreciated that.
Yep.
He, like everyone else, does have a heart and a soul. And Don knows, even though I think he's a tough hombre, even though I think he's been around the block, Don has got a good heart and a good soul. I've seen videos of Don crying. I've seen videos of Don thinking about God and so forth. Has Don made mistakes? Oh, yeah. Don's made his share of mistakes. Candace has made her share of mistakes. If he knows anything and ever reveals it, that would be because of the good inside. If Don, we're talking hypothetically, let's say Don and Candace knows, or one or the other, or both. It'd be from the goodness of their heart. It's not because we've got a body that we can say, hey.
Right.
It's not because we got a phone call that says, hey, she's in Mexico or she's in California or she's been sold off. It don't matter. If they ever do anything, it's going to be out of the goodness of their heart, because as of right now, ever who done this has got away with it. Isn't that something to think about? That they're free? They're free forevermore until they take their last breath. Until they take their last breath, because vengeance is mine.
Oh boy.
Saith the Lord. And I think then it's going to come time to be accountable. Would we rather be accountable here? I would. I'd rather be accountable. Guys, I know we're talking about Don and Candace. Doesn't mean that's who's responsible.
Right.
I'm throwing this out there to them in hopes that somebody else is also listening. And if Don and Candace has nothing to do with it, then this should go right off their shoulder. They should think to themselves, I appreciate what Fred and Sheila's trying to do. It's not us. So we hope that the other people is listening. That's what Don and Candace should be thinking. It's not us. We hope that whoever else is out there is listening to Fred and Sheila, and they want to make this right and bring our baby home.
Right.
We all have good and bad. The devil's real, and he's after us all every day. Guys, I tell this story. I'm almost done with this video.
Well, we still have some more little.
Oh, that's right. We got
videos.
videos.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, baby. I'll do this and then we'll start showing them. I tell this story a lot on our other videos, and some of you may have heard it. If you did, so be it. But if you haven't, the tale of the two wolves.
Yep.
An old Indian chief tells his grandson,
I'm dying,
that there's a fierce fight that goes on inside of every human being. And he explains to him that there's two wolves. It's like two wolves are inside of us. And these two wolves are fighting. They're always battling each other. The first wolf is evil. Anger and envy, jealousy and greed, arrogance. That's the first wolf. The second wolf is good, joyful, peaceful, loving, hopeful, and kind. And these two wolves are fighting each other all the time inside of a human. And the grandson says, Grandfather, which wolf wins? And the chief says,
the one you feed.
The one you feed. Are we going to feed the lying and the deceit or are we going to feed the good one, kindness and the truthfulness, godly one? Show your second video, babe.
Okay, now this one here is.
I will say this. Hold on a minute.
Hold
on. I'm going to say this. I know y'all are saying, now, Smiley, stop it. And so I'm going to tell y'all a little story. It's going to be quick. All these years, sometimes I pray because me and my husband is different. And he is very quiet where y'all see me. I was shy, believe it or not, one time. But anyway, I have prayed and I have prayed and I have prayed that my husband would talk. God let him talk. Now he's losing his hearing and everything else. Sometimes that might be a good thing. I don't know. But anyway, he don't talk. He's quiet as a mouse. Sometimes that's something to be scared of. But anyway, Lord have mercy. Thank God for unanswered prayers. Thank God. The end. Let's get back to it. That's all I'm saying. This is proof right here. Thank God for unanswered prayers.
Candace said they were planting flowers.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and give you all a heads up on that.
Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer. I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer.
So that is what she said. Okay. However, we saw this one here of Grandma.
And of course, Summer. And
She's talking about him bringing the groceries in.
I laid down and went to sleep, and I got up and I was sitting in my doorway, and we come out, and Candace asked me what I was doing. I said, well, we got to transplant these little cactuses.
Okay. So, the grandma,
Here.
that's the one where she said she didn't go for a walk.
Okay, hold on there. So there's the grandma says she come home and took a nap.
Mm-hmm.
Candace said they went out there and worked on the flowers.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, they say that Grandma gave Summer some candy, peppermint candy.
Her favorite.
Guys, 5 years old. 5 years old. Not that it don't happen. Our son got choked when he was about that age. One time, scared Dickens out of me. My brother saved his life. I panicked.
Yeah.
And more or less the Heimlich and got the peppermint patty or a little white.
It was a warhead. At that time, they had these little really sour.
He got choked on it and almost died. He turned blue.
Mm-hmm.
After that, we started giving our kids suckers, something with a stick on it until they get to a certain age, something they can hold on to. It's so easy for children to get choked. Sheila and I just talking. Here's hypotheticals. Social services was just there the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Just there the day before.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want social services coming back. You don't want. Could the baby have got choked on that candy?
Mm-hmm.
Could it have been an accident?
Yeah.
Could there been what they're saying was candy was maybe medicine or something? Could she have gotten some medicine?
Yeah.
And something happened as an accident, and then people panic and they say, I'm talking as a former police officer. I don't know.
Right.
I'm talking hypothetically. But one of them says here that they went and changed flowers and ate candy, and Grandma says that she took a nap.
Yeah.
We don't know. And then she says, good point, Sheila.
We come out.
We come out. She said she woke up, was sitting in the doorway, and we come out. A lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the grandma? Who has talked to the grandma? Who has really, really interrogated the grandma? Because the grandma's there. She's on the premises when a child comes up missing.
Right.
The grandma she's also not been ruled out, I don't imagine, because they said nobody has been ruled out. So that means grandma has not been ruled out.
And I think she got
Where
gone.
is the grandma?
I think she is weak.
Who has talked to the grandma? We're going to show you one more here, and then I'm going to give a closing
Yeah.
statement.
I've got a couple things here. I think there's. Yeah. This one here is where he said he had 7 alibis.
You show that one just to show that we know.
Yeah.
We like truth with proof, so you don't think we made this up. We like to show.
Here you go.
I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't got none. She's going down.
There are your players, 2 of them specifically. And if you think that law enforcement isn't looking at those players.
I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't got none. She's going down.
Wow. See, to me, that is very, very, very strange that he would say that.
Yes, very strange.
Okay. Now let's go back here. This was the.
From 110, 110 Bean Hill Road off of Beach Creek. Should be the first residence on your right. Reference to a missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in and advised that the mother had went for a walk, came home. Now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
And if you see there, it says the parents have called and advised that the mother had went for a walk. Okay.
They said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my dog.
I don't walk. I don't walk or run. Told dispatch, or at least dispatch wrote. Now, that's what dispatch is writing. We don't know if dispatch, sometimes people, mother went for a walk. She says she don't walk. She says they're planting flowers. Grandmother says she's asleep.
Yeah.
Says gave her some candy. Guys, what is it? What is it? Victims of their parents, CPS, other family members who failed to speak up. These children, Summer and the boys, were victims. They were victims to a point from their parents of different things that's being alleged. At least that's being alleged because he wouldn't tell us what Summer had been, or Candace had been charged with.
Right.
He wouldn't tell us that.
He said it was bad, and that's all
It's
he
bad,
said.
he said. It was bad enough that they took the 3 boys. So the children were victimized by the parents, CPS, because CPS, had they, what I feel, done their job, if they just closed an investigation out the day before, and when that detective went there to take those pictures, and you've got pictures and stuff still in the floor in the basement and so forth, and the mom and dad sleeping there, and there's something on the TV that children shouldn't be seeing. Probably the adults shouldn't be seeing, but that's their prerogative.
That's,
And they were victimized. If CPS didn't remove the children then or do something, then CPS let the children down. I heard somebody say, Summer saved the 3 boys. That's possible.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it, because Summer may have saved the other 3 boys if some of the things was going on that's being alleged. Now, I don't know. I wasn't there. Sheila and I wasn't there. Well, Sheila's not talking. I am. But somebody failed the children. Somebody failed Summer for sure, because we don't even know where she's at. But they are victims. Their lives have been disrupted, maybe even ended, because others failed to act. Summer's life may be over. We know the 3 boys have been adopted out. Summer's life, it could be over. We don't know if she's alive or dead. I really hope that they see not everyone is against them. This just breaks my heart. Somebody wrote this on our comments. I really hope that they see not everyone's against them. This just breaks my heart. And that was sweet. Somebody wrote that to Candace and Don.
That's right.
And that's sweet. And I responded. Sheila and I are not against. It's about the truth. We're not for or against anybody. We're for the truth. We want to know where Summer's at. Somebody knows where Summer's at. CPS had charges on Candace that were dropped. Was this just a means to an end, or was it a ploy to make a deal to get the 3 boys? Had they enough evidence to bring charges? Why would they dismiss charges? Why would they dismiss them? If they had enough evidence to bring the charges in the first place, was anyone charged for giving false information against Candace because something happened? If they filed a complaint against Candace for something bad, Don said it was bad. He don't even want to talk about it because it was bad. But CPS brought charges against her, and it was so bad, Don doesn't want to talk about it, but CPS ended up dismissing the charges. They didn't go to, it just dismissed.
Yeah.
So if the charges was dismissed, who was charged with fabricating a story? Who was charged with lying? Who was charged with swearing a false story against Candace? Because somebody had to swear out charges. If you take a warrant for somebody or file charges, you have to file a sworn affidavit to that what you're saying is true. So if they said something about Candace that she, and alleged that she done something, And it was good enough that they went and got charges on her. But when it got ready to go to court or went to court, somewhere along the way, it was dismissed. Why was it dismissed?
Yeah.
Did somebody tell a lie? And was that person charged with lying for filing charges? And if they didn't lie, why wasn't she prosecuted? Why did we just take the 3 boys? Why didn't we prosecute her and go ahead and take the 3 boys at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
Did we have to make a deal because there was not enough evidence there to convict? It? Yeah, to convict Candace on her behalf. I'm taking up for her. So for those of you saying we follow the leads, guys. We follow the truth. We follow the proof.
Wherever it may lead.
Something's not right here.
Yeah.
If they got charges on her, they should have prosecuted her. If they didn't prosecute her, then who filed false charges?
And they should be held accountable for what's it called? False
reporting or false swearing. See, Grandis isn't allowed near kids. As soon as Summer vanished, Grandis, I guess somebody calls her Grandis, did a news interview and then left the hill. Where is Grandma?
Yeah.
Where did Grandma go? Was Grandma interrogated? I'm not talking about interviewed. You interview them first. You interview people and talk to people, and you interview them in the beginning. Right. Everybody's nice and cordial. And then at some point, guys, it has to turn into a interrogation. You don't have to bring out the light and put in their face. You don't have to. No. But at some point, you've got good cop, bad cop. You've got, at some point, you give them their options. Sorry, but sometimes in an investigation, you allow the suspect to make their own assumption as to what you're saying. Somebody had asked and made the comment that Fred lied to Don when I was talking about. I don't know what I would have lied about. I try to be truthful, but if I tell a fib to find a child, so be it. So be it. I don't remember saying anything that wasn't true, but there are ways to word things where you can assume whatever you want to assume it to mean or whatever. I don't
with
know.
All my heart.
Again, I agree with Don on some things that I probably didn't actually agree with Don on, but do I want to debate Don and stop the interview, or do I just agree and go on? It's like that old joke. Somebody just wants to argue all the time, and they say 2 + 2 = 5. And you think, well, all that person's wanting to do is argue. And you say, oh, yeah, that's right. You got to carry the one. Means to an end. Once again, we are not law enforcement, private investigators. We are Jane and John Doe off the street talking to people who both have backgrounds for not telling the truth. Both these people have criminal backgrounds. Both of them.
Yeah.
These people are tough. These are not. I'm almost 70 years old. My wife and I are searching for a missing child. Did CPS fail Summer? Yes. Did Mom and Dad fail Summer? We think, in my opinion. Did Summer save her brother?
Honey, Mohawk's got a memory.
Very possible.
I love Mohawk. She's always had that memory.
The person's past come back to haunt them. You know, again, guys, we're not pointing a finger. It may seem like it to some of you. We're not pointing a finger, and we're not accusing and saying Don and Candace is guilty of Summer's disappearance. We're not saying that.
No.
We can see why nobody's been ruled out. We can see why. And we're hoping that if Don and Candace does have anything to do with it, they talk to each other. They don't have to roll on the other one. If they did have anything to do with it, they don't have to roll on the other one. They can say, hey, let's do this. Let's do the right thing. We don't have no kids anyway. We don't have no children. This is killing us. All we're doing is abusing ourselves through substances. Let's come clean. I'm talking hypothetically, and both of them could lawyer up and lawyer go plea deal on both of them. Plea deal on both of them. If they were involved. If they're not, then maybe the people that are involved in this will take the same advice I'm throwing out there for Don and Candace. Not accusing Don and Candace. I'm just giving them
whoever. Yeah.
I'm trying to tell them that do the right thing. Like, do the right thing. You know, there was a question that we had, or I did. Well, we both did. Candace makes a statement there in that number 3 video, and she says, I've been blamed for my best friend's death.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
Who was that?
What's that all about?
And
She
when
got
was
up and went in
that?
the house, and I couldn't ask, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You've been blamed with your own friend's death. What's that? We've already got a sister that's disappeared years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Summer gone. Now she says she's accused of her blamed in her best friend's death. That's
why
to me, that's
stay up,
suspicious.
honey.
Yeah.
She's the one said it. I didn't say that. She did. I said I probably know as little about this case as anyone, and that's true.
Yeah.
But you'd have to live under a rock not to have heard of Summer missing. I didn't see the point. That's that. Guys, I don't know. I thought everybody had heard about it till we called the police department.
Evidently, they haven't,
In
though.
another state today, a close state to Tennessee. It's in close proximity, but the dispatchers, 2 or 3 dispatchers hadn't heard of her. And the police officer we talked to had not heard of Summer Wells.
Right.
It's hard to believe. Circle of contacts was so small in that area. Mom and dad, grandma, the church people, a couple of neighbors maybe. He says he didn't talk a lot to his neighbors
Said he didn't know them, yeah.
or anyone else that had come by the house over the last month. Anybody that had been near that house in the last month, any of their friends that had come there for whatever reason,
Exactly.
they should be looked at hard. Somebody said there was tree cutters out there. Guys, any of you got a grandma, a mother, somebody in the family, and they say, a wife? Oh, I'd love to have a baby, but I can't have babies. I'd love to have, and then I'm talking hypotheticals on these guys, so don't take these. But they say there was people working in the area.
Mm-hmm.
Could somebody been working in the area and see a little girl and say, oh, Lord, what my wife would give to have that little baby?
Yeah, he deserves.
Or maybe they heard
all
Candace or Don
every penny from
shouting at them children, get over here, get in here, get.
Not.
You tend to do that in the mountains, up on the side of a hill, no neighbors around. No
Parents are so
kids get used to it.
scared. Them boys.
Some people
are
call it
gonna get
abuse.
some boys deserve everything.
It's just a way of communicating, but to a stranger. And it may even be mean and inhumane, but to them, they're thinking, wow, that little child shouldn't have to put up with that. I'm going to save it. I'm going to take that child home to my wife. It could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Anything's possible. That's why whoever turns herself in on this, I don't know why. Don't ask me why me and Sheila keep saying that, and it's weird, but we pray about it, and we think that we don't think we're going to find Summer. When we first started this, we thought, well, we'll go out and find Summer, alive or something that proves that she's deceased. But now we're realizing we're not going to find Summer. God, we don't think that's what God's got in store. He's got in store for us to say something to somebody and for them to say, hey, it's been long enough. It's time that we come clean. It's time that that's what we think. Now, again, who are we? Who are we?
Nobody special.
Did someone think I can give her a better life, help her out?
Possibly.
Did she get choked on candy? Was it an accident? Maybe substances involved. Maybe Candace had done something and maybe she didn't want to call because people would be thinking that she's accusing. Simply throwing scenarios out there, guys. Remember, no one's been ruled out. She could have fallen down those stairs.
Yeah.
We had our little boy fell downstairs one time. I called him at the bottom of the stairs.
Over
He
if it
was
was
playing
an
at the top.
accident,
Here he
why
comes
not
tumbling
just
down.
call
And the way he
911?
landed, the way I called him, had he hit that next
I still
floor,
say if
he
you
would have
were
broke his
high
neck.
or
Just a
had
good Lord,
been
let me
doing
catch
something
him.
illegal, as a parent,
Listen to
you don't
Candace and
think
Don.
something like
Some
that.
of their stories
Something
don't
wasn't
add
like
up.
you just deal with
And
the
then others do.
consequences
Yeah.
and think about it later.
That's why it's so
Sometimes
hard.
Don't
people,
understand.
go ahead, baby.
That's why it's so hard. That's why this is such a complicated case. It's because there's so many different things.
Sometimes their stories add up, and other times they don't. But deception is deception. Inconsistencies is inconsistencies. Parents are the first people law enforcement looks at. Rightly so, because the majority of these come back to the parents. I don't believe we can rule. We don't have to point the finger.
Right.
We don't have to accuse. We got to sometimes leave it up to their heart and their soul for the person or people to come clean on themselves. But we cannot rule. Just from what Sheila and I have seen, I'll speak for myself, but she can agree if she wants to, but from what we've seen, we don't think you can rule Don and Candace out. We feel for them.
No.
We still feel sorry for them, but we can see why they're still in the mix.
Yeah.
We think the grandma should be talked to more.
Yeah.
It's not been rude to question people. It's not been rude to ask people questions, especially when it comes to a child. Throw stories or stones.
Definitely not trying to do that, guys. We're
But
just
Don
showing you
says-
what we found.
Don says that they were cleared and the case was closed that day, yet Summer disappears the next day. What does that say about CPS in that area, if that's true? What does that say with the bed still on the, with the house looking in disarray like it did when we saw it? Now, maybe it didn't look like that when CPS was there. Could some of the things be true about the day Summer came up missing? We don't know either. We're not accusing. We were asking questions. Grandma says she took a nap, gave her some candy. Things like that don't add up. That's on video.
Yeah.
That's not us. That's Grandma that says she took a nap. That's Candace that says they planted flowers. Follow the evidence. They lost 9 children in 4 different states. Guys, 2 hours and 6 minutes. We're gonna let this is gonna be a 2 hour and 6 minute video. Y'all can watch it, or you don't have to. You can watch it in parts. You can do, again, this was going to be a live. I'm glad it wasn't, because guys, that's all I've got. Sheila, you got anything, babe?
No, we just pray continuously for little Summer Wells, that she is found, and we pray that the good Lord put.
Okay. Hey, Kim. Yeah, Granda's up and left very fast. Why is that? Why would she not want to help find Summer? You know, even if she didn't live on that property or anything, why was she just up and gone? Why? You know, very odd, and very odd that 2 people in that family just gone, just vanished, no word, and very odd. Common denominator, Grandis, in my opinion. I don't know. But yeah, y'all go and sub up to Hatfield and McCoy. You know, he did talk to Chris, as he's pointed out 11 times. But no, seriously, you know, I do feel like they're good people, okay? But, you know, you might want to watch some of their videos. You might want to go over there and see some things. They do travel, and I don't want to ever take away from them. I do feel like they are good people. You can make up your own minds and, you know, do your own thing. I just don't feel like they're up on this case as much, and I feel like that they were a little bit snowed. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion respectfully. You can make up your own opinions. We're all adults. We can all agree to disagree. That's just me, myself, and I. All of these are my thoughts and my opinions. But as we wrap up here today on this review, I want to leave you with this thought. Doing the right thing isn't always the easiest choice. I've said that many times before. Sometimes it costs you friendships, popularity, but who gives a damn about being popular when it comes to a victim or a missing child? You know, your comfort is not what is important, or even peace for a while. At the end of the day, your character is defined by what you do when no one is watching. That's the fact. That is the fact at the end of the day. We all see things differently, and that's okay. That is okay. My goal here is never been to tell you what to think or to do, is to encourage respectful conversation, critical thinking, and to always search for the truth with compassion, not to add to, not to take away from. If you agree, fine. If you don't agree, fine. That's up to you. You're adults. What was said in this video and in this live is okay. If you disagree with me, that's okay. I'm an adult. I'll get over it. I hope y'all will too. Behind every story is a real person, real families, and, that's just the way it is. I appreciate each and every one being here, spending your time with me. All my moderators, as I said, is awesome. I appreciate each and every one of my members, my subscribers, everyone who supports me. I could not do this without you. I enjoy doing this review. I need to start reviewing more videos. I may not review like other people do. I don't review a lot of videos, but it is what it is. I live and I learn as well. I'm going to play Summer Song Out. And again, I appreciate your time. Thank you for being here. And let's go.
June 15th, Tennessee, Ben Hill Road still calls to me. Little barefoot angel child, blue-eyed smile and spirit wild. 5 years old with golden hair, love and laughter everywhere. Purple dresses swinging high, twirling circles in the summer sky. Oh, summer moon, Utah wells, your story still hurts like hell. No footprints left, no goodbye, just questions underneath these Tennessee skies. And sweet girl, wherever you are, you still shine like a northern star. The world still whispers your name, and not a soul has forgot your face. Thousands searched those hills and trees, church bells rang through Tennessee. TBI and FBI, still no answer, still asking why. Time kept moving, years rolled by, but some wounds never say goodbye. 22 it says, and silence remains. Still people cry when they speak your name. Oh, summer moon, Utah wells, your story still hurts like hell. No footprints left, no goodbye, just questions underneath these Tennessee skies. And sweet girl, wherever you are, you still shine like a northern star. The world still whispers your name, and not a soul has forgot your face. Summer, you never left my heart. I'm sorry this world could not find you. I'm sorry answers never came. But little girl, you matter, you still matter. And somewhere beyond all this pain, I believe you dance again. Oh, summer moon, Utah wells, heaven still remembers well. A little girl with love inside, whose light this world could never hide. And sweet child, if angels sing, I hope they sing your favorite things. Purple sunsets, summer rain, and puppies running through the hills again. Purple in the sky tonight, hold her close, Lord, through the night. And as long as this old world turns be gone. You always have a place in Smiley's heart, and in the world's heart too. We will never stop remembering.